Buddy. Thank you for showing up yet again to volunteer your time for the Commercial Energy Code Technical Advisory Group. This is our, what is it, seventh meeting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, seventh meeting. Eighth meeting, actually. And we are, by my count, 57% done with the Commercial Energy Code proposals. In other words, we've passed or rejected 57% of them. So we have a packed agenda today. We'll do a roll call and see who's here.
Okay. Joe Anderson,
I am here.
Margaret Montgomery,
I am here.
Marty Brennan, Marty, are you there? Kim Barker,
I'm here.
Todd Blevins, Dwayne Johnlin,
I'm here.
Ray Alshouse, let's see, Eric Bedell said he wasn't available until 10. Nick Massey also said he wasn't available. Sean Big,
Here.
Kevin Roberts, Greg Johnson,
Present.
Nathan Miller,
Here.
Prem Kumar Siddharth, Irina Respetness, Irina, are you there?
Hi, I'm present.
Thank you. Kevin Duell, Ian Casey,
I'm here, and Kevin should be joining a little after 9. I'm his alternate.
okay. Poppy Storm,
Here.
Shailesh Desai,
Here. Present.
Larry Andrews, Larry, you're muted.
Yeah. Present.
Eric Olnon,
Present.
Lisa Rosenow,
Present.
Rick Blumenthal, Irina Sisorova,
Here.
Andy Burnham,
Here.
Sloan Ritchie,
Here.
Brett Conway, Luke Howard,
Present.
Marcus Verta,
Here.
Kevin Charup,
Kevin's not going to be here today.
Alessandra De La Torre,
Here.
Deepa Savarajan, okay, we do have a quorum present.
Thank you, Krista. Okay, and we have an agenda in front of us. I'd like to make a note that proposal 152 is not on the agenda, but it does, it's in one of the earlier chapters, but it defines change of use. So I think it's relevant to cover today. Even though it's not in chapter 5. So I'd like to make that suggestion for whoever makes a motion to approve the agenda. Are there any other comments on the agenda?
And I apologize, the March 7th minutes were the ones we approved the last meeting, and I didn't get that updated to March 14th. That's okay, because I haven't gotten the March 14th minutes posted yet, so there are no minutes to review today.
Okay, thanks, Krista. Go ahead, Greg.
I was just making sure, are we allowed to do that addition? Because in the past, we had some suggestions to add in other proposals, and we weren't allowed to because we hadn't posted it 24 hours in advance.
Yeah, I think there's an open question whether we can do that or not. I want to at least bring it up to discuss it. And if the tag doesn't feel we can take an action on it, we could not take action. We could also, but I want it to at least be discussed today because it is affecting what we're talking about.
I'd be supportive of doing it for discussion only. I just don't want to run afoul.
No, I also don't consider it to be a contentious proposal where anybody's gonna get too upset about it, but nonetheless, yeah, we'll
I
put
haven't
it
even looked at it, so I'll go look at it right now. I have no idea what it says.
Yeah, it's about the definition of change of uses versus change of occupancy. It's clarification. I think it needs some cleanup. So I think let's discuss it and we'll talk about it again another day. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, thanks. And appreciate your point, Greg. I just wanted to make sure that folks can see what's being proposed in 152, because without it, 151 is less clear. So fine pushing it out to another meeting, but I'd like to be able to share it at the same time because they work together.
Thanks, Lisa.
I'll move to accept the agenda as shown on the screen.
I'll second.
Thanks. We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? All right. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, and I forgot to ask the public if they want to introduce themselves. Is there anybody from the public that wants to introduce themselves?
Yes, Michael Toulouse from Pacific Northwest National Lab is here. I'm here on behalf of Chrissy Govertson, who's proposal 208. She was unable to attend today, so when that proposal comes up, I would like to introduce that and speak to that proposal on her behalf.
Great, that's coming up in about a minute. Thank you for being here, Elizabeth.
Yeah, Elizabeth Torsky with Cascade Natural Gas. Thank you.
Thanks. And welcome again. All right, we have an agenda. Michael, you are up for the first proposal 208.
Okay, thank you very much. So PNL has submitted a proposal that is based on a technical brief that we published last year that provides guidance for jurisdictions on aligning energy code and building performance standard outcomes. The intent of the proposal is to recommend additional requirements in the code that can be done at the time of new construction that help ensure future building performance standard goals can be achieved. The enhanced requirements cover energy metering, Additional commissioning requirements, a requirement to prepare an energy performance report, as well as a requirement to do a prescriptive energy model, a predictive energy model. And really there's two main goals here that this proposal is trying to accomplish. First, we're trying to ensure that the code creates a level of assurance to building owners that new construction will be able to meet future BPS goals. Through work at PNNL, we know that within the prescriptive path, there is the potential for a huge variation in whole building energy outcomes based on the choices that design teams pick and their pathway through the prescriptive path. So these requirements are really trying to recognize that variability and give assurance to building owners that, you know, the building that they're getting is going to have the ability to meet a future BPS goal. The second goal is really we're trying to establish a level of accountability to design teams, that they're designing a building that will meet this future BPS goal, and they're not solely focused on designing a building that just meets the energy code. Probably the biggest lever in here for doing that is the requirement for a predictive model, and I'll briefly touch on that. I don't want to talk too long and take up too much time. But accountability of new construction is really important. So with that said, I know we did get some comments from some of the tag members, and so I want to quickly try and address those but before we have discussion. There were some questions about the reference in our proposal to ASHRAE standard 140. ASHRAE standard 140 is a testing standard for software developers. And the enhanced requirements that we've added in, really those requirements are requirements for software developers to ensure that they test their simulation software and that it meets criteria established in standard 140 to ensure that that software is delivering reliable results consistent with expected outcomes. So the requirements for standard 140 are not requirements that would be applicable to every project. It's not a modeling standard for that would be used during the building design period. Those are strictly requirements that software developers would address, and they typically do it one time with a specific version of their software, and then it's just ensuring that they publish those results and that they're available so code officials have an easy opportunity to, you know, have assurance that software being used for meeting these requirements meets certain minimum standards.
So is that what software developers advertise along with their software? Is that it meets 140? And is it as simple like it meets 140 or it doesn't? Or I've heard of nuances where part of a software meets part of 140 and that kind of thing.
There is some nuance to it. You know, really the requirements ask that they publish or make publicly available the test results. You know, their standard 140 asks for certain criteria tests to test different capabilities within the software, and that the requirements are just asking the software developers to make sure those results are publicly available, so that there's transparency that they've done the required testing and people can look and have confidence that, you know, the thermodynamics and the basic functionality and physics in their tool is consistent with expected results. That was a big part of the questions that we got. Obviously, the other one concern people have is about this idea of predictive modeling. Really, the intent here is, as I mentioned, to create a level of accountability for design teams that they're communicating to building owners the potential performance of buildings. And we all know that energy modeling, or our experiences with it, some of us have experienced where energy models underpredict performance, others have experience where it may be over predicting performance. And the goal here is not to put any sort of requirement that compliance, energy code compliance, is in any way based on this predictive model. It's intended to be informative information to the building owner, so that a discussion can be had between the design team and the building owner to establish that assurance that future BPS goals may be met, that the design team has some accountability to say, yeah, we designed a building for you that we think will be able to meet these BPS goals, and starts to establish the relationship between those two things, between the owner and the design team, so that the BPS program can be successful. So I'll stop there and try to answer people's questions as best I can.
Thanks, Michael. And I don't know that you went over this, but BPS, Building Performance Standard in Washington, is for buildings over 20,000 square feet, most types of buildings over 20,000 square feet. Could you go through a couple other parameters for what the BPS applies to?
I think that's generally correct. We tried to write our proposal in a way that tried to use a defined term that pointed to the requirements in the Washington BPS, so that as those requirements maybe change or are updated, the code language doesn't become outdated as a result of that. So we tried to use a defined term for BPS that points to the Washington, specifically to the Washington requirements, because we recognize the danger of, if we were explicit and said, oh, buildings over 20,000 square feet have to do this, and then somehow that changed to say 25,000 square feet, like now the code and the BPS are out of alignment.
I was just trying to give a sense to the tag of, if you weren't familiar with the BPS in Washington, what it generally applies to currently. So, yeah. Okay, thanks. Greg?
Yeah, I think in principle, this is like a good idea. So you have a baseline to start with. The rub is people go through the prescriptive path, so they don't have to do modeling. And we already do require TSPR. And then we've got this. I'm wondering, what about, and this is more of a question of the other tag members, what about reconsidering TSPR and getting rid of that and doing this instead, because then there wouldn't be as much fatigue of extra work and requirements we're adding onto the code.
I think there is a proposal to remove TSPR, and I can't remember off the top of my head what we did with that, but there was a proposal to do that, and I don't know if it's kind of your suggestion, Greg. Go ahead, Michael.
Maybe just speak quickly to Greg's comment. So again, I'll remind the tag that the predictive modeling requirement in here is not intended to be a code compliance modeling exercise. It only requires that you do one model of your proposed design. You wouldn't have to go through the exercise of doing a whole baseline model and then figuring out whether, following all those rules. And so depending on the complexity of the building, it may be a very straightforward exercise, and it may not be a burdensome exercise. But we think that there is a benefit to, again, both the building owners and the design team. It's in effect due diligence to ensure that this new building that's being constructed is not going to become a burden for the building owner when it comes time to comply with BPS performance requirements.
And I was just saying, I wasn't questioning the value of having this. You know what I mean? Like, I see the value. It's just making the point that we already have a lot of work when it's just one more, you know, requirement on the back, and so wondering if we can trade off something else for this is my point. So.
Okay.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Irina.
Hi, this is a great, can you hear me well? This is a great idea to align new construction with the requirements of Clean Building Performance Standard. Yes, we all agree. And I do represent, I'm speaking on behalf of energy modelers in Seattle and Washington. I do question the necessity of requiring a predictive energy model. I think the biggest value to the building is to create the energy management plan, operational maintenance plan, and to do the ongoing commissioning. I'm not quite sure about predictive energy modeling. It's just a snapshot in time of the ideal performance. And this performance will drift over time if you don't maintain it every year. So can you speak about this a little bit?
Sure. Absolutely. I mean, energy modeling is a snapshot in time. You know, I think the idea of a predictive model is that it asks for a slightly more stringent level of effort compared to a code compliance model. And where it asks for that extra effort is in making sure that the energy modelers communicate with the building owner to better represent how the building owner intends to operate their building, so that an assessment, a more accurate assessment of building performance can be established. You know, code compliance modeling, TSPR, they don't ask analysts to input any specific information about how the building is going to be operated. You can use default schedules right out of the software program. There's no requirement that the assumptions that go into the model that really are key assumptions for understanding future performance be representative of the building. And so this effort for predictive modeling is really trying to say, with a little bit more effort, an understanding and communication with the building owner, we can establish that a building design will be capable of meeting a future BPS target.
Well, I think that the majority of energy modelers who practice in Seattle and Washington, they do due diligence and to adjust operational schedules because it is very difficult to comply by our C407 method. So you go into a lot of details on modeling. My other question would be, do you envision that these energy models will be reviewed by someone? And if yes, by whom?
Again, because this isn't because the results of the model are not it's not a code compliance model, it wouldn't need to be reviewed by anyone. Again, it's an effort of making sure the design team is communicating to the building owner that they are confident the building will meet future BPS targets. And I would just say, if the modeling community in Washington and Seattle is already, you know, doing a higher level of effort, then this predictive model, it wouldn't require any more effort, right? If the modeling community is already putting that level of effort into analysis, then they would just continue to do what they already are doing. So this wouldn't require any additional effort.
well, buildings who try to meet the code prescriptively don't typically create energy models. So,
Understood. Yeah. So
yeah,
in that case, this would be an additional requirement. But it
right.
recognizes that the prescriptive path has a wide range of outcomes, of whole building energy outcomes. And that if we're not careful, you know, a building could choose a worst case pathway through the prescriptive path and not be well positioned to meet that future BPS goal. And that just sets the building owner and the design team up for conflict in the future. And we're trying, I think this effort would hopefully address that potential issue during design when corrective action can be taken rather than pushing it 2 or 3 years down the road after the building's been built.
I mean, in general, it is an interesting idea to require predictive models. Ideally, what would happen is that the building owner is savvy enough and their building operational staff are also savvy, and they take this model and turn it into kind of a digital twin of their building that they can compare the actual operation against this ideal operation and spot inefficiencies this way. But I don't think we're at the level of digital twins yet. So my worry is that, yes, building owners will get this model and they will look at this once and then it will be just sitting there. Is this proposal also requiring an ongoing commissioning effort? And if yes, how would it be enforced? Because it's happening during the lifetime of a building and not just once.
This proposal doesn't require any ongoing commissioning. It does have enhanced commissioning requirements to make sure that the commissioning process that is used during construction is more robust, that there is a greater level of accountability and presenting to the building owner the results of that commissioning process so that the owner has a complete set of commissioning documents in one place delivered from one responsible party as opposed to getting information from different contractors and different parties. It tries to coordinate that effort and ensure that, you know, building owner is getting a complete set of commissioning documents. It requires a training plan so that staff, you know, there's clear expectations for the building owner staff on how to operate the building. But we don't have retro commissioning or recommissioning requirements as part of this proposal.
Just to put it into perspective, is the predictive energy modeling requirement unique to our state? Have you studied other jurisdictions like New York City or Boston that have similar, you know, building performance standards? Like, did they require predictive energy models?
Well, I think the New York City is a good example. They have local law 97, which is an emissions-based performance requirement, and that community has embraced the idea of using predictive models as a necessary tool for ensuring that new construction is capable of meeting local law 97. You know, as I said, this proposal is based on a tech brief that we published last year in an effort to make sure that, you know, jurisdictions that are adopting BPS understand that they may need to ensure good outcomes. They need to be thinking about alignment between their energy code and their BPS goals. So
thank you, Mike.
Thanks. Did you say that New York has adopted predictive energy modeling as part of or in support of local law 97?
I am not I don't know if they have a specific like energy code requirement for it. I know that it's So yeah, I would have to go look up the answer to that question. I don't apologize. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay, thanks. We have a lot of hands up. Go ahead, Lisa.
Good morning. Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks, Michael, for your presentation. It's a really interesting proposal. I have two questions. The first one, just for the benefit of the TAG members, if you could share just what's in the building performance standard with regards to the buildings that would be subject to this requirement, that'd be super helpful. Just in case there's anybody on the TAG that doesn't know what those building size thresholds are. So that's a request. And then my other question is with regards to the requirement under C408 that's being proposed that the commissioning professional has to be third party. So would that only apply to projects that are subject? I mean, I see it says subject to the BPS requirements. It requires third party. This has been something that's been debated a lot in past code cycles, and I think there was quite a bit of pushback with regards to requiring third-party commissioning because of the added cost for that. And so if you could speak to the reasoning behind that requirement, that would be helpful for those that were a part of those discussions earlier about whether this should be required in the code or not.
Sure, let me do my best. Let me start with the commissioning one first. Yes, we did build in here a requirement that commissioning needs to be done by a third party. That aligns with recommendations in the ASHRAE commissioning standard. It does deviate from what's in ASHRAE 90.1, which would allow like an owner's representative to be able to lead the commissioning process. It would allow a member of a design firm who is not involved directly in the design of the building to lead the commissioning effort. And we in developing our technical brief, we wanted to put together a more stringent requirement that because we know that there are jurisdictions where that might not be suitable or appropriate, and we wanted jurisdictions to debate this point. Who should lead the commissioning effort? So it is in there for discussion. It is more stringent than what the current code would allow. It's more stringent than what 90.1 requires. But we think it's an appropriate if the goal in support of the goal of this proposal, which again is to ensure that at the end of the day, new construction is well positioned to meet future BPS goals. In regard to the details of the Washington BPS, I apologize. I wasn't prepared. I did not prepare myself to know the details of that. I think largely the modeling requirements in here would apply to buildings over 20,000 square feet. But I'm not facile in all the nuance of which building types would or wouldn't have to then meet that. As I said, we tried to write this proposal so that it pointed to the Washington BPS, and so that a building owner is going to know based on those BPS requirements, the current BPS requirements, whether the building they're designing and building would have to comply with those future requirements. So the intent is that these requirements are applicable to any building that would have to meet the current BPS requirements at some point in the future.
Thanks. That's helpful, and I could see thumbs up coming from Luke and Poppy about
Okay.
the scope. That's helpful. Just one other comment about third-party entity, and thanks again for explaining that. So when it says not associated with the building project design and construction team, you're stating that it could still be an individual that works for, perhaps the GC or, some other member of the design firm that's just not working directly on the particular project. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's what like current commissioning requirements in 90.1 would allow. I think the goal of C40881 as we've proposed it is it truly is an independent third party. So it would have to be someone who's not directly involved, or it would have to be an entity that's not directly involved with the building project design and construction team.
So it has to be a separate company. It can't be another member of a firm
That is
not involved in the project.
That is what we intended, yes.
Okay, great. Thanks for the clarification.
All right, thanks, Lisa. One thing I forgot to say before this is I think this is a big idea. I think we'll collect comments on it today. I don't expect us to pass it as written necessarily today or reject it today. I think we'll collect comments on it and probably ask for certain revisions. I also didn't want to spend 4 hours on it today, so I think I'd like to wrap up by 9:40 our comments on it. So please make comments, supporting or not supporting it, but also comments about specific areas like third-party commissioning or modeling requirements or something like that. Nathan, you're up.
Thank you. Couple quick things. Yeah, I find the third-party commissioning to be not necessary personally. I wouldn't support that item. I really like the project system manual that's currently on the screen. That's a big gap in my belief of leaving people with buildings that don't entirely know how to operate. So I think that's an awesome requirement, to be honest. But the big bugaboo is, to me, is the mandatory predictive modeling. I think there's plenty of projects where it's not going to be necessary to pay somebody to build an energy model to be in line with the Clean Building Performance Standard or Seattle's BEPS, because you'll have property owners who have multiple properties and they already know if I do these certain things, I can already see my buildings are performing at that level. I just want to build another one that's similar to that, like multifamily apartment buildings. They have a lot of data, or companies have a lot of data on the energy use of their facilities, and they may know that if they do heat pump domestic hot water and electric resistance in the dwelling units and nothing crazy for amenity spaces, they're going to fall in a perfectly good space, and they don't need to pay somebody to build an energy model to tell them that. And I think design teams also, part of what makes us valuable, knowledgeable professionals is, a lot of times early in the code cycle, we do a few iterations and try to settle in, and then we start to get comfortable with like sort of the packages of measures and design elements that'll get certain project types to comply with code. And I think we'll also get comfortable with what will put people on the right path for performance standards. And again, I don't necessarily believe that we need to model every project to prove that out. Thank you.
Thanks, Nathan. Andy.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks to the group that put this proposal together. A lot of really interesting ideas here. Agree with a lot of what Nathan just said. In my opinion, the biggest value to the concepts of this proposal are owner-developer awareness of clean buildings performance and what their target will be, rather than the predictive energy modeling, like Nathan's saying. I'm not personally terribly worried about code compliant buildings not meeting the targets as they currently are written, given they were developed on median existing building data sets. But another question I have there is, and I see Luke Howard's on the call and has his hand up. I mean, like, what's going to happen with the long-term targets? Because this is all very contingent on construction timelines for projects. They might be out in future compliance cycles, and we don't currently have targets for those future cycles. So that's one question I have, is how are we going to kind of address that piece of this? Another concern that I had with the predictive energy modeling piece is, you know, a core shell building type example. Like, I mean, I think there's pretty limited value when you don't even know who those tenants are going to be, and there's just a lot of uncertainty about those aspects. So yeah, in general, I agree with Nathan's comments of I really support the, you know, requiring owners to evaluate what their EUI target will be aware of their compliance requirements, put together their energy management plan and O&M program ahead of time. I personally am seeing limited value to requiring predictive energy modeling, especially given how this is written. It looks like it's going to be later in the design process, so it's not even going to be at a point that really is influencing design decisions. So I think that if that were the goal, there might be better ways to try to encourage that. Yeah, but I think there's a lot of really interesting things here, and I'm generally in support of pieces of this, and thanks for all the discussion.
Thanks, Sandy. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Yeah, thanks. The one of my main concerns is that everybody now has to model their building unless it's a very small building. There's no option for prescriptive compliance, and as people have heard me grousing before, I don't think there's good evidence that modeling actually leads to a more efficient building than prescriptive compliance. But I'd like to know if there's any real evidence that this predictive modeling leads to a number that's closer to the mark and leads to more efficient building designs being taken care of. It seems like what we're asking for is a lot more work on the part of design teams with no savings that I can see in particular. I would like, as we go forward with this, I'd like to divide the question into the four big parts of this. There's the predictive modeling, commissioning, metering, and this performance report, and consider each of those separately. But I'm concerned that we're setting up a big complex process that's not going to result in better buildings.
Thanks, Dwayne. Poppy, or Michael, if you want to respond.
Would you like me to respond now or wait till everyone's commented? I've been sort of keeping some notes on points that I would
Yeah,
make
if you're keeping notes, then if you're keeping notes, why don't we just go through? We have four more people with their hands up, and then you can respond. So, Poppy.
Yeah, thanks. This has been a great discussion so far. I'm speaking in support of this proposal, and I just wanted to quickly note that this isn't a different compliance path. It just adds the predictive modeling requirement. I understand that there's some relation there, but I also wanted to clarify that this is not just about the BPS. It's about helping to ensure the code delivers energy savings aligned with the 70% mandate. So the code and the BPS have very interconnected and overlapping goals, actually. And in this sense, the proposal is really as much about the energy code as it is about the BPS. Both are aiming to significantly reduce energy use as measured in actual buildings. So our mandate says that non-residential and non-residential construction permitted under the 2031 State Energy Code must achieve a 70% reduction. So it's not just that the code has to be structured to theoretically achieve the reduction, it's that we're actually supposed to deliver that reduction. So I really think that we need to start focusing on real-world performance outcomes and the analysis and the tools that we have at hand, nothing is perfect, but that are necessary to predict it. And I think that synergy with the BPS as this kind of backstop and that actually manages those as a standard, manages these targets moving forward is a good start. So the last thing that I wanted to say is that the BPS EUI targets for newer construction were developed with the code in mind, and eventually it's likely that the existing and newer construction in the BPS will be moving towards something similar to a 70% reduction, maybe more. So the newer construction targets are 30% lower than the average for each building type. That is not an insignificant reduction. And I have estimates of what those EUIs actually are for some of the main building types. If at some point we want to look at that, I'm happy to share that. But maybe it doesn't seem like that much for office buildings, but if you look at universities, you look at hotels, you look at schools, hospitals, grocery, a lot of these different building types, 30% is not insignificant. And I don't have, I've never seen anything in the commercial building stock assessment for the region, NIA's assessment, or the CBEX, the national assessment. I haven't seen significant, in aggregate, significant differences in the average EUIs for newer construction. They're definitely different. Maybe it's like 10%, 15%, it depends on the building type. But I actually don't have any reason to believe that those 2020 mean EUIs for the entire building sector, which includes new and existing, I don't know that that's that significantly different than for newer construction than it is for existing. And indeed, when we were developing those targets, we looked at the differences and didn't see huge differences. So, and then the last thing I'll say is that they may even reduce another 15% in the next BPS cycle, which starts in 2030, which is well within the construction and operating timeline of the 2024 code, let alone the 2027 and 2030 code. So I think that this is a really important direction for the code to go in, not only for alignment with the BPS, but also for the code itself. Thank you.
Thanks, Poppy. Go ahead, Luke.
Thank you. Luke Howard. I am working directly with the Clean Buildings Performance Standard at Commerce, and I just wanted to voice my support for this proposal. I think it goes a long ways in assuring the building owners and developers that their projects will not incur large capital costs when it comes time to comply with the Clean Buildings Performance Standard. Poppy did a good job discussing the difference between new construction targets and the targets set in the standard for buildings built before the 2015 Energy Code. So buildings built to the 2015 State Energy Code and beyond, and more recently, do need to have a more stringent target. Commerce is charged with developing future targets in 2029, which will be released in 2030. The idea is those targets will be ramped down over time with each compliance cycle with clean buildings, which is a 5-year cycle. I also wanted to mention in Irina's concern regarding drift, there are provisions within the Clean Buildings Performance Standard for these more recently built buildings. So buildings built to the 2015 Energy Code and more recently, to allow for recommissioning as a compliance methodology when their targets are not met, but they are, but they do meet the less stringent targets set for buildings that were built prior to 2015 Energy Code.
Thanks, Luke. Shailesh?
Yes. So my question is, how easy to get assurance from modeling software vendors that it will meet the proposed requirement for simulation program requirement as proposed under this proposal? Is it easy, or they would say, well, we did testing, or we have done once and it is going to cost extra to give you that kind of assurance or certification? Thank you.
All right, I guess you're writing that down and we'll address it later. Okay.
It'll be easier if I can I'll just, yeah, let everyone ask their questions and.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I think the size of the buildings need to go way up, at least 50,000 square feet. And then I don't see any gain if you're kind of like what we are, mixed warehouse, mostly warehouse and small office ability. I think you're just adding extra cost, huge extra cost to a project that's not needed. Now, if you're building a hospital or a university research center or something like that, I could see where you'd want to possibly model it. But you're going to model what the engineer's going to design. And then you're going to model that, because surely what good would it do to model it after it was built? And so the engineer is looking at cost and trying to keep it into a budget. And what you're going to find out probably is that it doesn't quite meet where we want to go, but the cost to get there would be extreme. I mean, that everything comes back to dollars and cents and what the people have to spend. Okay. And I can't believe what we've already put into our system. Like Dwayne says, we're 10 years ahead of everybody else in the codes. What we have is a pretty good product that we're putting out. And then you got the EPCA thing that it sounds like we're tying into here, and then 2066. So there's a huge conflict right there from where Washington State is trying to go and what the feds say we can go. And that's not right. And then who's to say that the model that you're putting out really is what's going to happen? Okay. And then we have mixed use when the building was set up for one thing, and then the next thing you know, you've turned it around and you're doing something else. And I just see extreme costs here. And I think, modeling could pay off if the guys is it the federal government where they got an unlimited budget, and we want to break the bank to do this thing, and we can. But who's to say in 10 or 15 years from now what is going to be this BPS number? Okay, it's all pie in the sky right now. And we're putting out a really good product as it is. In fact, we're putting out probably a better product than any place in the United States. And we're trying to get to a goal that I think most likely isn't attainable right now with current products anyway. And I've brought that up several times, that there's several of these building designs that you'll never reach that 70% mark. Okay. It's just not in the cards. Okay. And so to put another layer on top of the people. You know, we have to compete against the world here. Okay. And if we're not competitive, we're not going to have jobs. And by adding all these additional costs, makes us less competitive. Okay. And when we got to compete against China, Taiwan, the Italy group, we can't do it with everything we're trying to do. And that's sad. That's sad that we've gone to such a extreme that we can't compete with the world. And I see him smiling there, but it's the truth. The truth is we have machinists here in this city trying to compete against China, Taiwan, and they're trying to compete. And the more you put all these restrictions on them, and the more cost means that we can't compete. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, we have 14 minutes until 9:40. I have some comments and I want to give time to Michael to respond. So let's make some good comments. Krista, I want to call on you because you're probably have something important to say.
Actually, I'm just a placeholder hand for Mike Rosenberg.
Oh, okay. All right.
Raise his hand.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't have anything specific to say on this. I just wasn't, for some reason, I'm not seeing the ability to raise my hand. So I was just trying to figure out how to do that. When I want to do it under the react button, it's not giving me that option, which I think is where it normally is.
Okay, you didn't have any comments?
Well, I'll make one comment about while I'm on about the expense. You know, what's really expensive is if you have a new building and 5 years down the line or even less when it's subject to the BPS, you know, the owner has to pay for a retrofit because the building didn't have the capability of meeting the building performance standard that's in place at that time. And that's really what this is about. Obviously, buildings can be operated and run differently than was assumed in the model, but the model is an attempt to show that the bones of the building, the asset itself, has the capability to meet that BPS, so that expensive retrofits are not required shortly after. I mean, the best time, you know, it's a lost opportunity if you don't do those things when the building is designed. It's much more expensive later on. That's it.
Thanks, Michael. All right, Lisa, you're up.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. And thanks, Mike, for that comment, because I think that's a really important element of all this is that, yes, this proposal does add cost, upfront cost, but it does, in essence, protect building owners from an unplanned upgrade in the relatively near future to their building if the design team had not taken the building performance standard into consideration in their design. But my comment, and this is in reference to what Greg mentioned early on in the conversation, and it's more about what is the scope of what the tag could do with regards to TSPR. And so my understanding right now is that currently the TSPR, there was a proposal that had some updates to it. I think it's been tabled for now because there's some more work is going into it. But the tag showed support in keeping it. There's another upcoming proposal that is to actually drop TSPR as a provision altogether. But there has been conversation about if buildings have to do this, do they also have to do TSPR? And I think that's a valid point to discuss. But since we don't have a proposal to do something different with it, which would be to change it to an alternate path similar to 90.1, can the tag make that choice? And I'm not advocating one way or the other. I'm more speaking to what can we do as a tag.
Yeah, there was a proposal. We disapproved it. It was to remove TSPR. It was proposal 160. We disapproved it on February 14th on Valentine's Day. There is another proposal 198 to move TSPR to a different place, but that's more clerical than going to change TSPR radically. I don't know. I would have to look at that. If the question is specifically, could we make TSPR optional? if we approve this. I would say the tag, if that's the way you wanted to go, let's go for it, and let's let the MVPE committee and the council decide that that's not possible. But if we have a great idea, I don't want to stop it, and I don't know that we're necessarily prohibited from doing that, because there are proposals about TSPR that we'll be considering. All right, let's take a few more comments on the merits of the proposal, and I liked splitting it, or the idea of looking at it in 4 parts, because I hear a lot of people that don't like the predictive modeling or don't think it's necessary or whatever. But I've heard support for metering, for commissioning, for the performance report. So there's those 4 pieces of it. I don't know that we will probably end up postponing this today, but so let's make comments so the proponent could revise this if they want to. Go ahead, Irina.
Hi, I just wanted to make one more comment about the predictive energy models. I think right now they're required to be submitted at the time of permit, but I think that will be more useful if they represent an as-built design, and they're submitted at substantial completion. Thank you.
Thanks, Irina. Kevin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I appreciate the discussion here, and I agree it's good to split this. And I like what Irina just had to say about the timing of the model. And apologies if this was discussed earlier, I wasn't here. I can understand the value of installing a meter in a building at the time of construction to lower the construction cost. I'm not sure I understand the purpose of the predictive model early. I mean, does it matter when you model the building? Yeah. In other words, when it becomes effective or under the guise of the building performance standard, is there harm in doing the model at that point only and not earlier?
I'll let Michael respond to that when we get to his response. Okay, go ahead, Poppy.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a quick comment, and this may be something that Michael is already planning on addressing, but I am also interested in how the proposal is structured to ensure that the modeling can actually influence design and therefore energy savings for both the code and the BPS. So I think that connection is really important to make. Thanks.
Thanks, Poppy. Go ahead, Larry.
The other thing is, as a general contractor and a mechanical contractor, I am allowed in this state to do the design of the building if I'm the mechanical contractor and the designer. And I think this would take that away from me. And I don't, and so that's against the RCW right there. So that part of it is already set in stone. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, thanks. Just one other quick item that I'd meant to mention before. One thought that I'd had around the predictive energy modeling is, potentially there's value and maybe it's only applicable to tier 1 or something along those lines to kind of carve out as opposed to all buildings applicable. So that would take out those really small 20 to 50,000 square foot buildings, as well as multifamily, which to Nathan's point, I think is a building typology that has kind of an above average data set available. So just something else to consider.
Thanks, Andy. I have a few comments as well that I'll make right now. And I think I'm in support of the metering, the commissioning, performance report. I'm not in support of predictive performance. I think when we have engaged in predictive performance for buildings, it takes a lot more time than a normal energy model. And in the end, it's not predictive. It's just a slightly better prediction of the future, as Yogi Berra said. Making predictions is hard, especially about the future. Appendix F allows outcome-based. So if jurisdictions adopt Appendix F, we already have an outcome-based idea for energy. Outcome-based predictive performance is not actually predictive. We have an MPG for a car. Everybody drives their car differently, and you will get different results based on that. And then the owner is going to come back and say that your predicted performance wasn't predictive of my building. And that's because things change, buildings change over time. Retailers, 5 years and they're out. We did a clean buildings performance analysis of a couple of some buildings. And in one, the restaurant was a huge percentage of the energy use, even though it was a small percentage of the actual square footage. And that fluctuates vastly each year. We also have buildings where we design them and then a tenant goes in and puts in a data center in the building or not. And we don't know that at permit time, and we don't know that actually when we close out. It's a different permit, and that would have to be reconciled. It's also a liability. The idea of predicting something opens you up to, well, you're wrong. And why are you wrong? You're wrong because buildings are operated differently than expected. The MPG thing about cars are production. They're all pretty much exactly the same. Buildings are all custom. And that means predicting is even harder than MPG, and we'll get even more fluctuation from that. I think the expense is also for a 20,000 square foot building, adding $25,000 to that, and that might be a minimum cost. When we do actual predictive performance on buildings, it's really time consuming because you have to get into every piece of equipment and that kind of thing. I also don't know how it would be useful 10 years down the line. I think I understand the problem. The goal is to address the handoff from the building code for new buildings and the BPS, which is for operational buildings. And I think there's a better way to do it that doesn't have all the challenges of predictive performance and costs of predictive performance. So those are my quick comments. So Michael, go ahead.
Okay, there were a few questions I heard. The first one, and I think several people touched on the timing of when the predictive modeling would occur. We wrote this with the idea that, the energy report that would summarize the predictive model would be submitted at the time of permit. And really that was to help ensure that modeling occurred during the design process. The proposal doesn't specifically say when the modeling needs to occur. So I think that would be up to the design team to set that timeline. We certainly could fine tune that. There's an ASHRAE standard that talks about different types of modeling at different points in the design phase. We could reference, something out of there that says it needs to be a design development model or a end of schematic design model that, leaves time for informing the design after the modeling occurs. But as we wrote it, we did not try to prescribe when that model had to occur, because we know that every design team would think about it differently, and the presumption would be that they would do it when it was appropriate, and they would understand that this was about informing the design, and they would do it at the phase of the design when they would be able to have a good building design, and that the modeling would help inform changes that might be necessary. Another tag member asked a question about the standard 140 and the assurance that that's going to be, that software vendors are going to be doing that. I would say that the requirements that we have in there for standard 140 are requirements that are being developed by the 90.1 modeling subcommittee. They're being done in conjunction with energy modelers that are on that committee, software developers that participate in that subcommittee. It's being done in conjunction with members of standard 140. So there is a lot of effort to ensure that these requirements are achievable by software developers. And it's the intent here is that the onus is on the software developers to demonstrate that, I've got a commercially available software tool that we've developed for designers to use for code compliance, and we've done the appropriate testing to to demonstrate that, our algorithms are actually work, and are in alignment with other tools, and, that the physics that form the basis of our algorithms are sound. And the standard 140 test suites aren't exhaustive. They cover the majority of the performance that you want out of a modeling tool, for modeling a building. I heard some really good ideas. Larry had a good idea about limiting the size of the building that's required to do predictive modeling. Another tag member had a really good idea about maybe there's an alternative to predictive modeling if you can demonstrate that, a building owner's portfolio of existing buildings demonstrates that a similar building design would meet the BPS requirements based on measured building performance. So I heard some interesting ideas on how that predictive modeling requirement could be maybe expanded to include other options for coming up with the assurance, a level of assurance for the energy report that, the building design would in fact be able to meet the BPS requirements. So I think, as the PNNL, as the proponent here, we would be happy to work with a couple tag members to try and come up with some ways to write that into here. We'd be willing to work with you to do that if that's something that you'd like to see. And then Andy mentioned tier 1 only buildings, right? Like that could be incorporated into this as a limiter as well. I'll just close by saying the predictive modeling, I agree with a lot of what was said. It would add an expense to a project that is trying to follow a prescriptive path. So I think we're supportive of finding ways to give people relief from that requirement if they can demonstrate that, they don't need to do it, that they have other knowledge that would, allow them to opt out of the predictive model. So I'll stop there and thank everyone for their time.
Yeah, thanks. I'm hearing a work group might be good, and a motion to postpone might be a good response to this as well. A motion to postpone, and then if there's a work group formed, unmute and say if you'd like to be part of that work group and have input with PNNL.
This is Andy Burnham. I'd like to participate.
This is Poppy Storm. I'd like to participate.
Irina Susorova would like to participate as well. Irina.
This is Kevin Dewell as well.
And Dwayne.
And Greg Johnson.
Howard.
Okay, the rules are we can't have a quorum of tag members. I think we're probably below that, but not much below that. So just make sure in your communications that you do not have a quorum of tag members on any emails or discussions you have. I think a motion to postpone would be a good thing, but Larry, I'll get to you first. What do you have?
I've got just one thing. I mean, I have $20,000 worth of software in my office right now, and it's all on the commercial side. It's all Ashway software from RightSoft. And in my software, I designed the building. I put in all the equipment that's there, that's in the Ashway programs. And when I get done, I punch a button and I find out how much energy it's going to use. And then, in fact, I can actually punch in the kilowatts, price per kilowatt, or the price per gas, and I can tell what the building's going to use off their software. So, I mean, when you're designing it and you're an engineering firm, and I'm sure there's a lot of engineering firms that have at least what I've got, And they should know what that building's going to use when they get done with the design. So then you're going to go on top of that, and then you're gonna remodel the building. For what purpose? That's what I don't understand. I mean, you're using the latest software out there on the market, and you're gonna have all this information given to you, to the engineering firms or my firm. And usually when we use that software, when we've modeled it all like that already on the computer, we always use less than what the software says. And so there is some give and take in that software. And so I really don't understand why. I mean, if it's something that can't be modeled, but most buildings in my software system could easily be modeled, maybe not a hospital or a research center, but most buildings are already modeled in mine. And I can tell the owner right off the bat how much it's going to cost him to use it if he runs the same temperature that we set in there.
Yeah, and I think the predictive requirements are about getting more detail on exactly how they're going to use a building. So that's the extra step that goes into predictive. Go ahead, Larry. I just wanted to.
Yeah, I just see what you said. I think you're opening yourself up to a lawsuit, okay? Because depending on how they actually use it, and if you have a huge software program that can monitor all this stuff, you'll find the answers real quick, okay? Where the problems are. And we've had that happen in one building. And but it wasn't because of the building envelope, it was because of what they were doing inside the building, like Shell said. And so, but then you have to take the expense, Shell, to prove that to the owner. And there's another huge cost there, okay? To go back in and research all that data and then find out where the exact problem is, okay? And that's not cheap. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, I'd be willing to entertain a motion to do anything, but postpone is probably the likely one.
Motion to postpone.
Okay, until our next meeting.
I'll second.
Yep, and our next meeting is either in 2 weeks, it's probably in 9th of May, is probably our next meeting on 2024. Depending on what the council does with the proposals for 2066, which could cover the 2021 code. And then if so, we'd probably cover that 25th of April and 2nd of May. Okay, so we have a motion to postpone until our next 2024 meeting. And a second. I don't see any hands up. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. We have postponed this. Thank you for a great discussion. I think we brought up great points, and the proposal will get better in the work group. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. That you mentioned that we should avoid a quorum. What is the number we should be below?
10.
10. Okay, thank you.
So 9 or less.
Yeah, so you can add one more to the list that we got.
Okay.
Well, one clarification, Arena and I are primary and alternate, so we should only count as one.
Right.
Right.
Johnny.
Is it possible to discuss 280 next? Because I have a meeting in 40 minutes, I'm afraid.
What was that? I couldn't hear.
Is it possible to discuss 280 next? My proposal?
280. Sure. Yeah, that was, I guess, the second one we were going to next. It was on deck. So
if that's okay with you, Dwayne.
Go, Johnny.
Okay, let's consider it out of order. Go ahead, 280. Johnny, you have the floor.
Appreciate that. Should I share my screen? What's the best way to go about this?
If you want to, yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind. You guys have it up. Okay, so the basic idea here is we're seeking to create a credit incentive for replacement AC systems, so like HVAC alterations. If you have an existing AC system that breaks and you are replacing it, that would encourage heat pumps to be installed. And I'm seeking to do this just for air source heat pumps and only doing it for smaller units and not doing it for like large chillers. And the way in which we're going about doing it is by adding a credit requirement. So if you are in the alteration section and you are required to sorry, if you're, can you scroll down to the, yeah, right here. So a little bit further. So yeah, if you have a packaged versus a packaged unit air conditioner, that you would either comply with installing a minimum efficiency appliance plus an economizer, and then you would be required to achieve a certain number of credits in C406.1. Otherwise, you could put in a package unit heat pump, and you would just have to be required to comply with the economizer and the minimum efficiency. But then if you go back up to C406.1, it requires, oh, sorry, scroll down a little. It requires there for alterations of HVAC systems, it requires a certain number of points. I made that equivalent to a 5% greater than TSPR credit measure for each occupancy type. That's the overall idea. So this would encourage but not mandate heat pumps when a primary air conditioning system is altered and replaced.
Okay, so it adds a nuance to existing buildings. So right now we already have credits required for existing buildings, but this is specifically for the alterations of HVAC systems within existing buildings.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And is this, I guess the numbers would be remodeled, but you have a 0 for certain things and other numbers for others. So I guess
that 0 is because it's using the I use just the TSPR measure.
Okay. Yep. So if
and that
TSPR
doesn't have a
apply,
requirement for
yep.
R1 or all other. And I mean, I'm primarily interested in this for commercial buildings. So group B, E, and M. It has here for R2 buildings too. But I can see if the group would be interested in just making this for B, E, and M, where it's, yeah, it's kind of low hanging fruit if you're just talking about commercial buildings.
Okay. Thanks, Johnny. Greg.
Yeah, so you're adding energy credit for replacement, but the bigger thing is you actually, which is also included in John Lynn's proposal 158 that we skipped over, was adding a requirement that altercations require energy credits. So that's the bigger point, because right now they don't. You don't have to get credits if you're. We're talking about voluntary replacement. Like, let's say you want to voluntarily replace your HVAC equipment because it's end of life, or you want to do energy efficiency upgrade. But I think there's a major unintended consequence that we're going to really hurt our energy efficiency for the state. So like Avista has programs where we help people upgrade, and we're trying to do energy efficiency upgrades. We're doing insulation additions, we're replacing old HVAC systems, we're replacing lighting systems. And where we get a lot of big benefit is where we have the really old furnaces that are like still oil heat. So they're like 65% efficient oil heat, just burning diesel to heat the building. Like if we suddenly say, oh, if you want to replace to something more efficient, you're going to have to get energy credits. Getting an old building to comply with get credits and comply is just a nightmare. Because you have a leaky building stuff. All the building owners that we go try to say, hey, can we incentivize you to replace your HVAC system? They'll be like, no way. I mean, you're going to open the door to something else. We'll just keep our 65% efficient oil furnace. And so I think that's the problem, is you're requiring voluntary, and I mean, we already have it in the code that if you're going to voluntarily replace your space heating, you already have to meet the current standard. But then to add energy credits on it is like huge scope creep, and it's just going to disincentivize people to replace all their old systems.
Thank you. And just to clarify, this only impacts for cooling. This is only for existing cooling systems. For an AC system that would be replaced. It doesn't impact for heating.
Well, but you're so when you're saying cooling, a lot of times the cooling on the heating system, if you're using the heat, I mean, I guess if they want to increase to a higher version of heat pump, that's the same system.
And so our integrated draft also includes that the idea of substantial alterations. Or substantial improvements rather. So substantial improvements are required to use table C4 6.1. But this goes further and says, if you just do an alteration of an HVAC system, you also need to do that. You also need to do something. Go ahead, Larry.
So what my question is, I mean, because now we have gas heat pumps. Train company sells that. So, but what I want to make sure is if the requirement would be that we don't have to increase the size of the heat pump, because the ductwork down below might not accommodate more CFMs that would be required for a larger heat pump. So I can see going, hey, give the owner the option that, hey, we could go with gas heat pump on the roof now, and you could save energy and save and save some cost here for you. But what I don't want to see is that we have to increase the ductwork, because 50% of the area has to be for 50% more of the heating side has to be done by heat pumps. Do you see what I'm trying to say here? It's so a lot of times you could probably upsize one size over a heat pump, over air conditioning, because you got a 20-degree delta T that most of these systems were designed on. Okay. But if you try to push it to a 40-degree delta T on the other side of things, you're going to have massive problems with the equipment, because you probably don't have the duct system to handle that. So, but then I don't understand. I could see this being used for a remodel to get some more points, but if I'm just out there and replacing the rooftop, I want the owner to be able to make that decision, whether he wants to do that or not, because you've got to think about this, is you're going to reduce the life of that equipment because of the runtime that it has to run. And so there's a give and take here. And whether, and with everything trying to be more efficient, all the coils are thinner than what they used to be. And they're drilling them on the inside, rifling them to get every bit of energy they can out of them. But then what happens is you reduce the life of what that piece of equipment is going to last, because it does wear. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. And we were talking only about the cooling system, right? Replacement of the cooling system.
Yeah, so it impacts cooling. So if you have an existing AC system and it were to break, and then this would incentivize you to put in a heat pump, which would then have to comply with either the cooling or heating load sizing.
Okay,
so it could.
All cooling is heat pumps, my understanding, right?
Pardon me?
That's not right.
That's not right. Okay.
Yeah.
Shows you I'm just an architect.
Yeah. That's your DX. I mean, you could have a gas electric, which we call now is gas heat with AC cooling. Okay. Yeah. That's the predominant unit that's on the roofs today. But
And this is what, and that's the one I'm targeting is that
yeah,
specific
right. I know,
instance.
Johnny.
Yeah.
But now we have a rooftop unit that you can set down on that same curb pretty much, and it can give you gas heat with heat pump heat. So it could probably heat down to 40 degrees, and then it would switch over to gas heat just like everything else does. And it would be more efficient to do that. Okay. But there's more cost. And as long as we don't go berserk here on how far we require him to go down. Okay. That's my thing is let's pick up the higher efficiency where we can without the great amount of cost of how deep you want me to take that heat pump to go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to briefly make the comment that I'm assuming a lot of this is contingent on the recalculation of C406 credits. And I think an important piece of a proposal like this is making sure that there are kind of realistic credit packages available that, to some of the previous comments, like aren't going to just cause a bunch of new scope when you're just kind of in the midst of a crisis. Your unit just broke and you're trying to get it replaced, and now you have to do all this extra stuff, like making sure that there's kind of a package that makes sense for most typical scenarios or building types and part of the recalc. So I think that's just a future piece of the discussion. I just want to point out, I think that needs to be part of the consideration for the final.
That makes sense. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, and I want this to be like a modest, like basically, put in a heat pump, or you could have it be like put in like a kind of what Larry was talking about, like a first stage heat pump with gas backup. So you'd have like a heat pump that's sized to the cooling load, and then the rest is supplemental. Or a situation where they could like comply with some sort of credit where they could either get like a higher efficiency cooling system, or they could put in a TSPR, something like that. There's like a few ways in which you can go about this. But I agree with you, Andy, that it's kind of contingent upon the credits being calculated and seeing what that shakes out to be. Lisa?
Hi, thank you. Just a quick question. There's a threshold on the exception. So it doesn't apply to systems greater than 60,000 kBTUs. You may have already explained what the basis of that, but if you could repeat that'd be great. And then the other question I have, and I understand this is really targeting gas packs, is there any consideration where if it requires an upsize to the current electrical service, would that it wouldn't be required if that was the case?
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think of when that would apply.
Totally.
Or you can answer that question, but there's that element of it as well.
Yeah, the size requirement is 65,000, or sorry, 60,000. Basically, this policy recently passed in California, and originally there was a discussion of going all the way up to 28 tons. But eventually this got pared down because the cost effectiveness found that when you look at 5-ton units or less, that the cost differential between a gas pack and a heat pump is basically the same. For these like rooftop units, they aren't really like a AC with a built-in gas furnace and then a heat pump. There's not a lot of like cost difference. It kind of like ranges between manufacturer and size, like which one's more expensive, which one's less, or like basically at parity. But once you start going higher, you start seeing a climb in the heat pump cost versus the gas pack. And that's kind of my understanding is why the CEC decided to stick it to 5 tons and less.
Okay, makes sense.
And I agree that we should add an exception. There's a couple ways you could do it. You could say, like, if this were to trigger an electrical service upgrade, they get an exception. They don't have to, this isn't a requirement. Or you could say, if it would trigger an electrical service upgrade, then it would allow for the heat pump to be sized based on the cooling load with gas backup. That could be a separate
Okay,
idea.
thank you.
Thanks, Johnny. So it sounds like you're saying some work needs to be done on this. Some words need to be added or modified.
I mean, based on this feedback, it seems like there's some real concerns. I don't want this to be like, I want this to be a very low hanging fruit proposal. I'm not trying to like make people have to rip out their electrical system or redo all their duct work. I just want it, like, if they're dropping in a rooftop unit, it should be a heat
So if
pump if possible.
your suggestion is that we probably need to postpone this, then let's make comments specifically to how to make this better, or
And happy to have a working group.
Yep, let's make comments toward that end. Go ahead, Larry.
I would like to increase the size myself if the guy can get a credit for it. Because you are going to save energy. I would go to a 10-ton, okay, because I think the equipment is available out there. And then the other thing is you got to remember though that this equipment that we're talking about here is minimum 6 months from the day you get it, minimum. So if you have your unit crash, you're not going to find one of these out there because they're all built to specifications and nobody's stocking any of this stuff anymore. A gas electric, yeah, you can probably hustle one up in under a month, but something like this is you got a 6-month lead time minimum. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, thank you. I kind of had a different take on maybe the smaller equipment being targeted and the impact it would have on small businesses. There's like a lot of strip mall type businesses, tenants, and their HVAC system goes down. And take this RTU example. They have a 4-ton up on their roof. It's currently a gas pack, and they got to replace it. And they're looking at the credits, and now maybe I should do heat pump. But that electrical upgrade can be significant to run the electric resistance auxiliary heat. It may not be a panel upgrade, but just running that extra wire to run your heat strips, electric resistance for that could be a potentially very significant cost. So I'm kind of skeptical about, I think in this proposal, there's a blanket 85 cents a square foot. I don't know how accurate that is. I think there's a wider range of variants that could come into play there. And I know this is kind of addressing RTUs, as the proponent said, but I think split systems come into play. I think the electrical concerns, upgrade concerns for split systems are equally important to consider. And I'm also wondering about the logistics of pulling a trade permit. As an HVAC contractor, you go pull your mechanical permit. If you're going to go to hey, I got to go get some extra credits, I really want to stick with my like for like change out. Then I got to pull a separate permit if I'm looking at I'm going to redo my windows or something on my envelope to get the credits I need. I think there's some concerns with that process on the permitting side as well. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, and I could respond to a few of those. This doesn't impact split systems. If you look at it, I only created a requirement for packaged terminal units and for unitary systems. There's no requirement for credits for split systems. And I think the idea of we just kind of discussed where you can get an exception if it would require an electrical service upgrade that would allow for this to be like heat pump primary with gas backup. So like size for cooling load, the capacity would be primarily heat pump down to a certain temperature, and then after that would switch over, would remove the need for an electrical service upgrade. It would increase first cost, but if it wouldn't trigger an electrical service upgrade, then somebody could just put in a fully electric heat pump. Probably would happen only on the west side of the state, but
okay. All right, so if the idea is we might postpone this, and let's make some specific comments to Johnny about what might want to change in this. Go ahead, Poppy.
Yeah, Johnny, I wanted to see if you could clarify something about the exception, and you may have just addressed it, but I didn't quite follow what the circumstance was. But it sounds like if it triggers an upgrade in the electrical infrastructure, that would be an exception. But I'm assuming, but please confirm that that's after these credits are applied, because some of these credits, for example, if you add in a dedicated outside air system or something like that, and not to say that I don't know if these credits would cover something at that level, but that can significantly reduce the electrical requirements to the point where it's almost load neutral. And so I'm assuming that that trigger exception is after the credits, but just wanted to see if you could confirm that.
I hadn't gone that far down the rabbit hole. To be honest, I was considering it before the credits were calculated. I was thinking in the C405 section, or sorry, C504 section. But
yeah,
this should probably
they can't get
this should probably
exempted
be
out of it.
discussed in the working group.
Yeah, I think that would be great.
And then one more thing, and I just wanted to clarify this with Greg, which I see your hand is up. Was your concern, Greg, that by putting this into the code, that the utility efficiency packages that are currently exist that encourage people to update their buildings to, be more energy efficient than code, when now that we're raising the floor on what the code is, that would cause those packages people wouldn't be able to claim the money in those packages?
Well, it's a double hit, which is what I was going to highlight. So our report in 2023, which is public record, you can go download it. We had $35 million approved in a tariff, which is basically money that we have in a bucket that Avista will spend. It's like matching, like we give a percentage to help encourage people to upgrade their existing building to more energy efficiency. Out of that $35 million bucket, we were only able to get, like, I think about 22 million, and I don't have all the, I'm skimming our report because didn't have it on top of my head. But I mean, we're not hitting the full amount. We're not even able to hit the full amount and getting encouraging energy efficiency upgrades. So it's a double hit if you do this, because one, you're increasing the cost of the upgrade for the customer, and then two is we can only use those utility dollars to exceed what the baseline of the code is. And so you basically would be wiping out all that opportunity and saying, well, utility, you can't give out in rebates anymore, sorry. And so now you have a double hit that people rely on these rebates in order to justify the cost, and you've just said they can't do the upgrade. So I mean, the unintended consequence, I mean, the intent is good, saying, hey, we want to make sure that things continue to get upgraded, more energy efficiency. But what you're doing is you're cutting off the supply dollars from the utilities to fund this stuff, and you're increasing the cost to do it. And people just say, I don't care. I'm not going to, and even in examples of people who have old, ancient oil boilers, which are still working, and they're like, I'm not going to replace it because I can't fund it. So there's a huge unintended consequence.
Yeah, we should talk about that in the working group. I don't want this to hurt you guys.
Yeah, and I just highlight is, so we're already seeing the issue on new construction, because we're basically, we can only capture dollars for new construction that's above and beyond. And so that's already drying up to zero and going down to nothing. But we still have an opportunity on existing buildings, and that's what we're focusing on, and saying, how do we get existing buildings upgraded? And this is just going to stop that. And that's just one utility. All utilities in the state have the same mandate for spending energy efficiency.
Thanks, Greg. Let's make critical comments to the proponent so they can revise this, and then we'll probably have a working group if we postpone this. Go ahead, Larry.
Greg brings up a very valid point there. I mean, my customers, they like getting that rebate to help them out. And if, you know, when we're just replacing equipment, that would really hold back from people from doing it. And because we've seen a drop because of what's happened with the higher efficiency equipment standards that we put there, that people really are reluctant to go back and update their equipment because they're not going to get any money for the rebate. But when we had the rebate programs, everybody was doing it. Okay. I mean, when we had the 95% gas and we were getting $1,000 towards that, I mean, we were selling them left and right. And now that we've raised everything up, we're not getting those kind of rebates. And so we're not moving that type of equipment as much as what we were by far. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Ian.
Yeah, I just wanted to add again, kind of this is a significant change to the alteration sections, as we know, and I think a big part of that is when a system goes down for a small business, like in that strip mall, like I mentioned earlier, you know, it's the heat of the summer, you're trying to get them a new unit, and I think it's just adding significant work scope to that kind of push-pull repair that could be done, you know, within a few days. Now you're talking about extended plan review, possibly extended time to replace your electrical to bring that out there. And I think when you talked about electrical service upgrade, I think we need to get more specific on what that is. Is that the utility needing to bring in extra capacity to the building? Is that the panel needs to be upgraded? Or is it the wires that need to be brought up to the unit from the panel? I think there needs to be broader definition of what electrical upgrade means. Thank you.
Okay, and there are some exceptions already in the code for replacement of equipment, 503.4.7. So I don't believe, and I guess maybe that's a question for Johnny, would you envision this happening for a single piece of equipment being replaced in a building?
Yeah, the intent was just for a single piece of equipment in the building.
Okay,
but so then if it triggered like I when I was thinking electrical, I wasn't thinking the utility service upgrade. I was thinking specifically like it would require like a load center or a sub panel from a load center to have to be upgraded. I was thinking if like wiring.
So just
is
under
probably pretty cheap, but
3.4.7. There's a lot of exceptions under there that might exempt a lot of projects from well, I don't know. I guess we'd have to figure out if they exempt those exceptions are from this credit or not. I guess we'd have to figure that out. Maybe that's a good working group thing. Go ahead, Dwayne. Dwayne, go ahead. And I muted you, Dwayne, because I could hear background noise.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to the concern about higher level code requirements getting into the way of utility incentive programs. And this is perpetual. Every time we do an upgrade to the code requirements, there are utility programs that are now superseded. So I don't think we can use that as a reason to not continue to make the code more stringent. The utility programs simply have to continue to react to this and move forward to rewarding higher levels of efficiency than we have in the code. But we'll have this problem with basically everything, that as we make standard more stringent, it gets more the utility programs have to change.
Yeah. Okay. Let's have this philosophical debate. If we postpone this, let's have that philosophical debate or practical debate later when we reconsider this. Let's make technical comments about what is.
Shell, do we need a
Johnny
motion
could
to
change.
postpone?
I would
to
like
make-
that, but
All right,
first I want to
I'd
make
like
sure
to
we
make a
have all the-
motion to postpone this.
Okay, motion to postpone. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, motion to postpone and a second. I see no more hands up. All in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, we have considered two proposals and we postponed both of them. Who wants to be on the, who wants to talk to Johnny about this proposal?
I guess I ought to be, because it directly impacts the funding.
Thanks, Greg. Okay,
I would actually, Chell, this is Poppy. I'd also like to join that group.
thanks, Poppy.
I'll join it too, Larry.
Thanks, Larry. Nick, did you also want to join or?
I think so, and I would also say that my proposal 209R is pretty closely related to this one, and so maybe the working group could consider both of these since they're effectively trying to do the same thing. I think Johnny's is more of a credit, mine's more mandatory, but it seems like we can hash out something to tackle both of those at the same time.
That sounds great.
So, and also I guess that means maybe not considering 209 today until we come back. That's
We
right.
can postpone that as well. Okay, all right, good discussion. We are going to take a break for 5 minutes. I'll see you at 10:27 and we'll go through 158. Proposal 158. It's a Dwayne proposal. So Dwayne, you have the floor.
Hello, I'm just resolving what was a conflict in Seattle that we between a statement in the beginning of the alterations section that says that alterations don't need the additional energy credits or renewable energy, and then further statements in 505 that says change of space conditioning or change in occupancy need to comply with the whole code. So we put in this clarification in the Seattle code at that lead paragraph to the 503.1 to say that you don't need, for typical alterations, you don't need efficiency credits or solar, but the change of space conditioning or change of use or change of occupancy are considered whole building upgrades that require full compliance. That's it.
Thanks, Dwayne. Greg.
This is a continuation of what we just discussed. So I don't know if it's worthwhile to postpone just
Yeah,
along
this
with
is
the
a
other
motion
one.
to postpone. I'd like to put a motion to postpone this after the other two proposals are clarified.
I'll second that.
We have a motion to postpone until we go through 208 and 280. Is that the motion?
That is absolutely the motion. Yes.
Would it
thank
be
you.
a friendly amendment to do just to make it at the same time? You know, because they really are all considered.
They're all the same thing.
Yeah.
I think it's even the same work group that's working on this needs to basically include 158 into that conversation between the other two proposals.
Okay. We have a motion to postpone and a second. Is there further discussion?
I find this to be a completely different issue, but the group wants to include this in some other discussion. Go ahead.
I mean, we are in chapter 5 today, so everything has to do with chapter 5, which is existing buildings. So
Well, we could just postpone them all. Just joking.
yeah, thank you. Lisa.
Yeah, I'm kind of voicing with Dwayne on this one, where I think the language in 505 is already clear about this, and that it is required. And so all this is doing is it's aligning the language in 503 with 505, so we don't say something different in 2 locations of the code. So I agree that there's other things that the committee is talking about, and that's fine, but this is really, in my opinion, an editorial correction. And then, you know, whether we decide to say, well, this is no longer required, that's a whole separate thing. But in my opinion, this is an editorial change.
Go ahead, Greg.
So I would like to disagree. I mean, that's requiring energy credits here. I mean, as even stated at the very beginning of the proposal, I mean, that's for changing your HVAC system is a clearly significant change. So, I mean, that's really something that we need to handle in the work group. And we'll have lots of other 503. And when I reviewed all the chapter 5 proposals, they weren't all talking around this thing. So we're not around the idea of requiring credits for HVAC upgrades. So I don't think we're going to be proposing or postponing everything. I hope we don't. But I mean, this one clearly is in the same note as the last proposal we talked about. So
Could I respond to that?
Please.
This does not at all impact if you change out your HVAC equipment. This is if you go from being an unheated warehouse to being a conditioned space, it does. If you go from being a factory building to some yuppie condos, that applies, but not to a typical or even a major upgrade or change of HVAC systems.
I'm going to jump in here.
That's not what I read. It says except changes of space conditioning, occupancy, or use in compliance.
So Greg, just to be clear, there's a section 503, which is about alterations, and there's a section 505, which is about changing of space conditioning, occupancy, or use. This is a pointer from chapter 503 that suggests that you also need to look at section 505 for those relevant things.
Good point. I mean, we do need to look at both sections, so in unison.
So I see this as largely clerical as well, or largely clarification. So I guess, yeah, that's how I see it.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in and say, and thank you, Krista, for putting this up on the screen. If you look at section C505.1.1 and C505.1.2, the code already requires additional energy efficiency credits and renewable energy for a change in space conditioning or occupancy. So again, Dwayne's proposal does not change the scope of the current code. Now, if there is concern about those requirements, that would be a change to the current code.
Thanks, Lisa. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, just wanted to agree with Lisa and Dwayne that I view this as a separate decoupled issue from the proposals we just looked at, and agree this is already my interpretation of what currently exists in chapter 5 and is just an editorial change. So I agree this is a separate issue we should continue to discuss.
Thanks, Andy. Go ahead, David.
I just wanted to confirm, so the change in space conditioning does not include the situation of adding cooling to a space that currently only has heating, correct?
Yeah. That would be an entirely different issue.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Thanks. Larry, go ahead.
Didn't we, is this number 4 an added exception that wasn't in the code? Is that correct? Number 4 on C406.1, that looks like another exception that's added. To me, it doesn't look like it's just clarification. It looks like another exemption. Thank you.
I guess I don't know what are you looking at the code proposal, or what are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm looking at the sheet that Krista sent out to us. Says right on the front of it here, the front page, I guess, of it, actually, where the exceptions are. You look at C406.1 and you go down that page, and at the bottom, you have exemption 4, which is added, isn't it? Isn't that
Sorry, that's 280, the previous proposal we were looking at. This is 158.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
No.
sorry. Well, no, it's on mine. It's all the same. Oh, I got you. Thank you, Krista.
158 is, in my mind, just clarifying that we have a section C503 and a section C505, and some things under C503 are also C505 things. That's all it does in my mind, and that's already covered in the code, so it's just clerical. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, one more detail, because somebody brought it up. A change in space conditioning is basically defined there in section C505.2. And it's only when you have an unconditioned or low energy space that's being altered to become a conditioned space, or a semi-heated space being, brought into to a conditioned space. So it's not, if you already have a heated space and it's considered a conditioned heated space, that adding air conditioning to that space does not trigger the change in space conditioning provision as we understand it.
Thanks, Lisa. All right, so we have a motion to postpone. We have a bunch of people speaking against the motion. Let's vote on it. Let's do a roll call vote. So a yes vote is to postpone this. A no vote is to keep talking about it.
Okay, Margaret Montgomery,
No.
Kim Barker, Kim, are you there?
We see you, Kim, but don't hear you.
Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Eric Bedell,
Yes.
Sean Vick,
No.
Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
No.
Irina Respetness,
No.
Kevin Duell,
No.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenow,
No.
Irina Sesarova,
Arena stepped away and will be gone for the remainder of the meeting. This is Andy Burnham, the alternate. No.
Sloan Ritchie,
No.
Luke Howard,
No.
Marcus Verta,
No.
Alessandra De La Torre,
No.
and back to Kim Barker.
No. Were you able to hear that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion failed 3-14 with no abstentions.
Okay, motion failed.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay, motion to approve.
Second.
We have a second? Okay. I see no more hands up.
Yeah, actually, Jill, can I,
Please.
as we've been talking, I realized I made a little mistake here. It says except change of space conditioning, occupancy, or use, and it should we should take out or use. So it should say except change of space conditioning or change of occupancy. change of use is not something that should trigger the solar or credits. It's a lighting thing.
Thank you, Dwayne. Is that the motion to approve as modified?
And motion to approve as modified.
Okay. And the second, who was the second?
I'll second it. Sarah.
We had a previous second.
Yeah, that was me.
Okay. Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second to approve as modified. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
Abstained.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Motion passes with 1 no and 1 abstention.
Woohoo.
All right.
Hey, we got one.
We got one done. All right. Thank you. We are off to the next one, which is 163. Again, Dwayne.
Yeah, and this one just puts a size threshold on air leakage testing, so that that if you're for air leakage tested on additions. So if you're just adding a 300 square foot something on, it would not trigger air leakage testing. So anything under 500 square feet would be exempt. That's it.
Thanks, Dwayne. Seems like a decent idea. Go ahead, Eric.
Don't disagree with this proposal, Dwayne. Actually, I as you know, I'm a big proponent for air leakage testing, but additions, the size of 500 square feet is extremely small.
Yep.
I think you know that or understand that. I mean, people put additions on commercial buildings all the time, and 500 feet is basically a 50 by 10. It could be whatever that is. I just, again, I don't disagree with that. We should be doing air leakage testing, but it feels like it needs to be substantially larger, sorry. Just to make it more cost effective for others who actually put in small additions to their building. Again, I would like to talk about that square footage, what that makes sense, but it feels like it's like 5,000. Anything above an addition above 5,000, you would require air leakage. Because basically anyone who puts an addition on a building that's over 500 square feet is going to have to do air leakage testing, which is a very cost intensive process.
That's the way it is now, right, Eric? There's no exception.
So it's going from 0 to 500 now.
Yeah, and I would also say some buildings are less than 5,000 square feet. So
okay,
you and I deal with buildings that are 1 million square feet, but there are also buildings that are 3,000 square feet.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, we deal with a much larger construction. I think there needs to be, actually, the way I read it, again, I'm a big proponent for air leakage testing. It just seems like it put an exception in there. I love that you're putting an exception in there, Dwayne. Just if it could just be a little bit larger. That's it.
Thanks, Eric. All right, let's talk specific numbers. I don't know I really hope we don't have to postpone this today. Let's talk about specific numbers and specific code language, and see how quickly we can have a good discussion. Poppy.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the proposal and then obviously continue discussion.
Thanks, Poppy. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Are you done, Poppy? Did you want to say more? Or?
No, I'm done.
Okay, Andy, you're up.
Yeah, I wonder if folks on the call could potentially tell us a little bit more about, I think that one of the challenges when we're talking about additions is this air leakage testing for the entire building, or how difficult is it to isolate the addition portion to complete the test, just so that we can all have a shared understanding of kind of what this air leakage testing entails. And I'm assuming then Yeah, I mean, so this is all subject then to the same 0.25 CFM per square foot requirements. So I don't know if maybe then there's an option to still require the testing, but maybe allow the flexibility up to 0.4, similar to the way it used to be if you have to test the whole building or if it's more difficult to isolate. I'm just trying to think through some other options for maintaining the stringency, but recognizing some of the challenges of doing the work.
And I could respond briefly that the most typical situation, there's already an exterior wall and you're adding something outside of that or on top of the roof, and there's already a good separation, and it's easy to separate them. I have seen for some retail buildings where they had to put up a temporary block between the new portion and the existing portion, and as long as you know that in advance and you can kind of detail that out, you can make a nice tight seal between the new and the existing. Otherwise, I think there's also an option in there to just test the whole building. But most typically there's already pretty good division between the two.
Thanks, Larry.
It all depends on what you're doing here. If you're opening up your retail and you're adding so many square feet and you have 15, 20-foot ceilings there, that means if it's all open, you got to build a wall there. You got to seal the wall and then put a blower in it. I mean, you could be $3,000-4,000 real easy, depending on how much opening you have, because you have to, you just can't put up plastic because it's going to suck it right in. So I would make a move to more like 2,500 square feet for a commercial building. If we were talking about a house, that'd be something different. But for a commercial building, 2,500 square feet. I mean, that's somewhat reasonable because you're adding some additional space for flooring or something, whatever you need. And most likely in a commercial building, it's going to be pretty much open from side to side that I would see. And so I would make a move for a minimum of 2,500 square feet. And get back to Dwayne's. I mean, if you've got an older building, you're never going to pass the test if you include it in there. You never will. Thanks.
Thanks, Larry. Was that a motion to do something, or was that?
Yeah, a motion to up that measurement to 2,500 square feet instead of 500 square feet.
Yeah, we have an amendatory motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have an amendatory motion, which is to increase it to 2,500 square feet for the exception. Nathan.
I just want to mention that my proposal up next, I mean, I'm in support of this proposal. I'm in support of a lot more rollback of air leakage testing requirements for Chapter 5 projects. So my next proposal is a more extensive relaxation than this because of the real world challenges. I've done more existing building work in this last code cycle than I'd done previously in my entire career. And I keep running into challenges with the air leakage testing requirements, the patchwork of requirements, because so rarely is a project just an alteration or just an addition or just a change in occupancy. A lot of times it's some combination of all of those, and they have different air leakage testing requirements. So just to make people aware, there's another proposal coming up that is
why
more
don't we look at
extensive.
that? Nathan, why don't we look at that while we're talking about this? So Costa, could you bring up
214? Right. So my is it appropriate for me to talk to my proposal? I don't even know. We got motions on the table. We got all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I just want people to at least see it.
Right. Okay, so I can talk to it later if that's appropriate.
Yeah, I think talk to it now, and
Right.
because this is an alternate to what the group is considering currently.
So what I'm suggesting is that we in no way relax the requirements to add air barriers in any of the times that you would have to add them to an existing building. That's already defined in our Chapter 5 scope. I'm just saying let's remove the need to do the actual testing and pass the test. I'm seeing that people who want to reuse buildings, particularly in creative ways, are running headlong into this and really, really not being able to do building reuse the way we want to. And what again, it's coming up time and time again that they'll have a portion of the building that is just basic alteration scope. They don't have to upgrade the envelope at all. They don't have to add an air barrier. And then that's open air connection to a part of the building that now they're doing a change of occupancy, and that part of the building has to get an air barrier upgrade and pass the test. But as soon as the test is done, the tarp comes down, air flows between those spaces. What did we gain? And so I'm seeing that come up in many scenarios. And so that's what my proposal is based on, is basically say, whenever you would have been required to upgrade the air barrier, do those upgrades, but the air leakage testing itself does not have to happen for the Chapter 5 scope. And I'm also willing to say that maybe we add that in as a C406 option if you're an existing building and you choose to do air leakage testing. That's not in my proposal though.
Thanks, Nathan. So yeah, if I've scrolled through this whole thing and basically it just says air leakage testing doesn't need to be required under, and it's under several sections. Under C502.2.6, changes in space conditionings 505.2, and then change in occupancy 505.3. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, just to respond to, I think, Andy and everyone, as a person who's done countless tests now, I would say up to probably more than 10, less than 20 of these air barrier tests, or been part of projects that have had air barrier tests. Most on new construction, to be fair, but one significant one on existing buildings where we could not get the building to seal. That was on, I'll even give you the project. It was on the Expedia project, and then we had to use thermal imaging basically with a temperature differential to solve that with RDH. They are very difficult in existing buildings if you don't posture the building beforehand. And I want to make sure that everyone here understands how expensive these tests are. And my basis of is going to become from a larger building, from new construction, but they can range from $20,000 to $50,000, these tests, for a third-party consultant. And then all the ancillary, from the mechanical and the electrical to seal everything, the general contractor to seal. So, these tests are tens of thousands of dollars per cost. All right. And what we're talking about today is, of course, in using an addition, which is much smaller, right? And I can't give you a number on, say, it's a restaurant, and a restaurant decides to put 1,000, just think of a random restaurant somewhere. I don't know, pick a place, Moses Lake. And this restaurant wants to expand its seating area, and it basically expands it by, whatever that is, 1,000, 2,000 square feet. We would then, which is a good thing. Again, these are good things. These are things that are changes that will actually help the energy code. But is it fair for a restaurant in Moses Lake who's barely getting by to have them, if they only want to add 500 square feet or 1,000 square feet of additional area to their restaurant for seating, to do an entire air test and pass it, right? So again, I'm just trying to give that in context to everybody. I do think that there's a lot of benefits to this. I just know that I don't know if that's I like that 2,500 square footage or 5,000, or even we'll discuss Nathan's proposal in detail. So again, I'm just giving people real world scenarios. Thanks.
Appreciate it, Eric. That's great. I guess, yeah, I in my mind, I'm thinking of the grocery store, the restaurant, where it adds 1,000 square feet and it's contiguous with all the airspace with the rest of the restaurant or grocery store or whatever. And that's like, how would you seal that? It's challenging. On the other hand, I think of like a hospital that doubles the size and adds, 400,000 square feet. And is that, that's an addition?
Yeah, that's a totally different scenario though, Shell.
And that does seem like a different scenario, but it would, under Nathan's idea, it would be exempted from air leakage testing requirements.
Yeah.
So I think maybe there is a numerical threshold somewhere in here. Go ahead, Lisa.
A couple of thoughts on this one. I do agree with Eric in that perhaps the number needs to be larger, but it's also relative too, in the sense that, we're trying to pick a number and say 500 or 2,500. Well, how it impacts the building totally depends on the percentage. If you've got a small building, what if your building's only 2,500 square feet versus if you've got a 1,000,000 square foot building? And so I don't know if there's a way to rephrase this so that it's a percentage of the square foot
Yeah,
area
that Lisa,
of the building.
I'm sorry I'm talking out of turn, but Lisa, that is very intriguing. A proposal. And just FYI, I'm sorry to respond.
Oh yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate your feedback on it. So there's that. And then I know, Nathan, your proposal's coming up, but I'll just go ahead and toss it out once I have my hand up. That one thing that I would ask if it would be if the tag would be interested in this for that proposal would be to say that if have an exception if it's infeasible to isolate a space, because I totally agree with you. There are some buildings where it's just super hard to isolate a space, and when that happens, it just doesn't happen, right? The jurisdiction just doesn't enforce it. But the other scenario too could be that there is value in testing to make sure that the addition, whatever size it is, isn't introducing a lot of leakage to the already existing building. Like if there's some error that was occurred during construction. So an alternative could be to say, well, you have to test it, but it doesn't have to pass. So that might be a compromise.
That was what our code said a couple cycles ago, right?
Yeah, go back to what it said, like, yeah, 2015.
2015 or something like that. Yeah. I guess I'm intrigued by the idea of air leakage testing is not required for smaller than 2,500 square feet or 10%, whichever is a larger number, something like that. But then taking that logic and applying it to Nathan's proposal would seem, because this would affect one thing, but Nathan's proposal affects more code sections. So that's kind of what piques my interest as far as a good exception for this. Go ahead, Larry.
What about having in the exception that you have to caulk all the studs all the way around, caulk all the seams with some caulking, and I've found that to be extremely effective. And caulk is cheap. A guy can probably do 2,500 square feet in a day. And then, and if you do that, where you caulk around all your metal studs or your wood studs all around the whole thing, that you don't have to test for that addition. I mean, you've made it a lot tighter for sure. And I would think that would be a reasonable addition that we don't have to test if we caulk all the joints with caulking. That's what I would say. Thanks.
Thanks, Larry. Nathan.
I'm actually much less concerned about the addition scenario and perfectly happy to modify my proposal because you're getting the chance to build those assemblies from scratch. They inherently didn't exist if you're expanding outward. I mean, I think we can probably come up with some weird scenario, but that's not true. But where I'm really running into it are change of use, what we're going to be having covering by substantial alterations, where you're not going to tear up your slabs. The interaction of walls to slab is a leaky spot, where roofs meet walls is a leaky spot, and you're trying to preserve as much of the existing building as you can. It's easy to fur out walls and add more insulation and hit U-factor targets, which we, by the way, allow a 10% allowance on. We don't have any allowance on the air leakage testing, but it's much harder to retrofit in a complete air barrier when you're trying to reuse spaces. So again, additions in my mind are a little bit different, and I kind of like the language that we're already working on here, but it's I've run into scenarios where one wall got altered and had to one wall is the only thing that was affected by a change of use or occupancy, and suddenly we had to air test that one wall but not the rest of the building because it was under the change of occupancy classification. I mean, it was kind of ridiculous. So that's what I'm trying to avoid. And by the way, to Lisa's point, it's not that I'm running into the opposite problem. Not that municipalities aren't enforcing it, is that they are. We asked Bellevue for an exception on that, and they said, nope, our hands are tied. The code language says you have to do the air leakage testing, even if it's just for this tiny part of the overall project.
Oh, okay. So yes, I'm seeing like, what if we did 2,500 or 10%, whichever is greater, for additions, but then air leakage testing, I like Lisa's idea of testing but not passing, or having a threshold of 0.4, which is what it was in the new building code in 2015. I kind of like those ideas. I think they're reasonable. Larry, you have your hand up, but I think that's residual. Go ahead, Greg.
I think you stole the words out of my mouth, Chell. I was going to suggest the same exact thing as you said, was 2,500 or 10, but I was doing some calculations, and as I was looking, I think maybe 20% might be the better route when I was playing with numbers. But I kind of wanted to get Dwayne and Lisa's thought on doing 2,500 or 20%.
Do you want us to talk now or?
Go for it.
Yeah, I prefer, like, would you see that as friendly for discussion, or?
No, and I'd like to like speak to some numbers that have been thrown around. Somebody said that air barrier testing has been $30,000 to $50,000. That might be true for a large complex building, but not for a 500 square foot addition. If you're paying something like that, somebody's cheating you.
So just to say, Dwayne, I preface that, right? Again, our experience is in large commercial construction, and I just made sure everyone knew that, right? But
Okay,
that you're absolutely right. Okay.
Yeah. So you're talking about somebody coming in with a single fan and doing a test. It's not in five figures at all. And commercial additions are running something like $400 a square foot typically. 2,500 square feet is getting up to $1 million addition at that level, and the fact that you're going to spend a few $1,000s on $1 million addition to do air barrier testing is just not an enormous burden. It's a reasonable thing. Going to 20%, you're doubling that. It starts to get crazy, and so at the 500 square foot, it seems to me like that's a good threshold for where the relationship between the cost of the test and the better, tighter envelope is more reasonable. So I'm opposing this motion to expand it to 2,500 or to 10%. I mean, 10% of a 1 million square foot building, which is what you have when you do a hospital wing, is a huge building that doesn't require air barrier testing. Come on. So I think this was just meant to excuse, like a speaker just a minute ago was saying, they had a tiny little single wall and they had to do an air barrier test. No, that would take care of that kind of scenario, and that's what this was intended to do. Thank you.
What if we did a 2,500 square foot or 10% up to a maximum of let's say 25,000 square feet or something like that?
I do not consider that friendly.
Okay.
Eric.
Yeah. There's a lot of things going on in this proposal, and I'm hearing you, Nathan, because yeah, you are 100% right. It's not additions where a general contractor could put new fenestration on or new wall, right? That's all going to be built up to code, and to be fair, it will be tight. And doesn't matter any different contractor, either commercial or someone in any part of the state, they're going to build that pretty tight. So that's an addition, right? You take away the addition, it's the alterations, right? And we had that particular project that I was talking about had large seismic joints through multiple buildings that we just could not seal. We just could not seal those joints, and we ended up insulating them as much as our ability could during the process to get the U values up. Anyway,
Yeah, and that's I'm with you, Eric, that there are certain things in alterations, and this is just about additions, not alterations.
Yeah, again, so that's why I'm saying the addition part, I really do think we can get some language in here, Dwayne, that I think works for everybody, that we still seal the buildings, we still test, but we don't, I'm thinking about just the small commercial person, in Kennewick trying to get some work done, and we're going to require this person to do an air test. I mean, they're barely making it and just as is, right? So and then there's also this proponent of, this is not about the tech companies who are putting 100,000 square foot addition or a hospital addition. Again, I'm just trying to think of all the people in the entire state and how we can make this fair for them.
Right, and be aware that small additions, like I'm talking about, something that's less than 500 square feet, a residential air barrier tester can come out, and those are available around the state, and handle this. It is typically not a big deal to do an air barrier test on a small space.
It's not about the air barrier test, Dwayne. It's about, if you put an addition on, you're going to make that small business owner have to upgrade or seal their entire building.
No.
What are you talking about?
Most additions are maintain the existing construction and have an addition out beyond that, and it's very easy to isolate the existing and the new.
I don't think that's again, maybe this is where I think we differ. It is not easy to isolate sections of new additions. That is not anyway,
think
we're
there's
going to have a
some
discrepancy.
that are and some that aren't.
Yeah,
I think it's fair that, like, if you add 500 square feet onto, or 1,000 square feet onto a restaurant, it might be contiguous with the airspace, and you might not want between
you don't know
old
the
part of
conditions,
restaurant and the new part of the restaurant. So I think that
Again.
condition exists.
So, okay, I'm going to lower my hand.
Okay. We have motion to modify the proposal to be 2,500 square feet instead of 500, which is the original. Go ahead, Shailesh.
I think 500 is consistent with a lot of other places where 500 seems to be a reasonable number. So it's one number people have to remember, have a lot of requirements waived. And so if we use 500, that will be easier to enforce consistently throughout. Thank you.
Thanks, Shailesh. Larry.
I want to ask Dwayne, why wouldn't you go with the caulking, Dwayne? I mean, if you caulk all your seams, you caulk it, you run the caulk down there at the pad, you run the caulk up and down, you run the caulk at the ceiling. I mean, a guy can do that in a day, and is all you've done is really improved the tightness of it. And why can't we go with the caulking in 2,500 square feet? I mean, I don't know what more you could do. I mean, by doing the caulking, you're going to seal it up. Thanks.
And in response, Larry, it's a really good question, and it's the reason that we started requiring whole building air barrier testing to begin with, was that it's not always clear, and it can't always be inspected, whether there are leaks that were not handled in those problem locations, which I think somebody already mentioned, that the perimeters of fenestration, the wall to floor, and the roof to ceiling intersections, all the mechanical penetrations, those have big options for leakage, and you just can't tell until you do all that caulking to try to make sure you pass the test. But you can't tell if it was actually all done, or if somebody, some mechanical contractor putting in a fan housing or something like that just didn't get it in there, and you have a big and permanent leak, and that's just not obvious until you do the test.
All right. I was about to vote, have a vote. Andy, did you want to say something more?
Yeah, just one last quick comment. So this is just an exception for the testing requirement. So these additions do still have an air barrier requirement. So, I mean, I do think that a portion of this is already addressed, even for those spaces under 500 square feet.
Thanks, Andy. Okay, so the motion is to change the number to 2,500 square feet. It's not to approve the proposal. It is just to change the number in the proposal to 2,500 square feet. So a yes vote is to change the number to 2,500 square feet. Let's do a roll call vote.
Margaret Montgomery, are you there, Margaret?
Yeah, I couldn't hit my button. Abstain.
Kim Barker,
Kim, we didn't hear you if you said something.
we'll come back. Dwayne Johnlin,
No.
Eric Bedell, Eric,
We don't hear you, Eric. We think you have an opinion.
Oh, sorry about that. I don't know what was going on there. Are we voting on this right now, or?
Yeah, we're voting on the amendment, which is to change the number to 2,500 from 500.
Yes. Sorry about that.
Sean Big, I'm not doing well today. Sean, are you there?
Yes, sorry. Yep,
How do
That
you
was
vote?
yes?
that was a yes.
Okay. Greg Johnson,
Yes.
Nathan Miller,
Yes.
Irina Respetness,
Abstain.
Kevin Duell,
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Larry Andrews,
Yes.
Lisa Rosenau,
No.
Andy Burnham,
No.
Sloan Ritchie,
No.
Luke Howard,
No.
Marcus Verta,
No.
Alessandra De La Torre,
Abstain.
and back to Kim Barker.
Apologies, no.
Okay, motion failed 5-8 with 4 abstentions.
A motion fails. We are back to the main motion, which is to, I think there was a main motion to approve this.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, so we have a motion to approve this with 500 square feet. I am going to risk a voice vote. All in favor of approving this with the exception of 500 square feet, say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, we have 1 no. Motion passes. We are on to Nathan's proposal, which we discussed a little bit earlier.
Yeah, since we just discussed 502.2.6, can I remove that portion from my proposal and limit it to sections
Yeah.
we haven't
Yeah,
talked
I think
about?
if somebody makes a motion, they would just
Okay.
make it to approve the parts that are not about additions.
Right. So really, I only want to address air leakage testing here on alterations, and it's not it's not all alterations. So we already have language. Let's scroll through a little bit. So ignore 502.2.6. Let's not talk about that. We already have in 503.3 an exception that it's not required for alterations, and then you can see what I strike out, unless it's a change of space conditioning in 503.2 or change of occupancy or use in 505.1. I would like to strike that. So alterations do not have to do the air leakage testing and pass the test. They still have to do air barrier improvements as already required. And then basically I'm just carrying through when you go to those subsections for a change in space conditioning and change in occupancy, that same terminology. There was one other thing I thought that was just an editorial correction, which was that we had a bad reference. And if you can see that in 503.3.7, testing requirements of section, and it was sending us to the no longer appropriate. So that's purely editorial, that one paragraph there.
So Nathan, motion to approve this proposal.
I'll second it.
Here we have a motion to approve in a second. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I totally hear you on some of the challenges here with these types of conditions, but I'm wondering if there's not an in-between where, to someone's point, maybe we retain the testing requirement, but don't require it to pass, or set a more lenient target versus the new construction allowances. I think that Nate made a really good point about the UA requirements are kind of the easier to upgrade piece, and you even get a 10% allowance on that. So I'm wondering if maybe there's an in-between option here.
Thanks, Andy. Go ahead, Dwayne.
My objection here is that change of space conditioning is typically going from an unheated building, so that's usually a warehouse or some other weird building, to a fully conditioned occupied space. And note that the change in occupancy is only a change from a factory, storage, or utility building to a fully conditioned, or to some other occupancy that's not one of those. So, typically to office or residential or school. And in each of those cases, you're making a dramatic change in the use of the building. And that's a really appropriate scenario to require that the envelope meet the kind of conditions we require for new construction. And that's why we've had these requirements in the code this whole as long as the code's been around. I think is that those are considered something close to a new construction when you're making such a dramatic change.
Thanks, Dwayne. Go ahead, Lisa.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, so I do agree with Dwayne wholeheartedly on that we are talking about taking a storage facility and turning it into a shopping mall or something like that. So it is a pretty dramatic change of purpose for the building, and so typically these are pretty big retrofits. That said, I am empathetic to the situation where if it's a resource reuse, you're reusing an existing building, there's just some elements to an existing building where it's just not feasible to bring it up to the same standard as fully new construction. And so I would suggest, as I mentioned earlier, perhaps a compromise where maybe the testing's still required, but it'd be maybe go back to the 0.4 or something like that, just so that it's not such a huge hurdle for these types of alterations, because we want resource reuse. We want to encourage taking existing building and giving it new life. It affects the embodied energy and all that good stuff. But we've heard the same thing, that an existing building, it's really, really hard to get them to a point where they can meet the current standard for air leakage. Thank you.
I agree. And it's also known that air leakage is one of the biggest energy uses of an existing building. So it's both a challenge. It's also one of the biggest opportunities we have with existing buildings. I just sent Crystal language from the 2015 Energy Code, where we required an air barrier test for new buildings, and then had some language in there saying that if it doesn't pass, a visual inspection is required, but it does not need to be retested or pass. And I think that was a good way of getting to getting that into the code in the first place. So I think decent language that's already been through a tag before. Go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah, I think that does at least partially address it, because the concern on the owners I'm working with is like, I can't get my C of O until I pass this test, and I have no way of knowing if I'm ever going to be able to pass the test until I'm done with construction and doing the test. Like, it's just so scary to them on an old building that they're trying to reuse. Maybe also the idea of giving more flexibility to the AHJ to waive it explicitly, because again, that was not being granted when we did an alternative means and methods request on the project that I was working on. And I thought it was going to be a home run. Like, obviously, this is a scenario where it's just too hard to do an air leakage test and guarantee that we're going to pass it, and a small area, and we were not granted that. So if we could give a code official something to point to that gives them more flexibility, kind of like how we do for historic buildings, right? And that's, I know we don't necessarily want to open that full door, but.
Thanks, Nathan. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I was gonna say something similar to what you said, Shell, is I was gonna ask Dwayne. I remember, I think it might have been in the 2012 code, Seattle Energy Code, that we had something similar where we started doing leakage tests on buildings, but we didn't have to have them pass.
Yeah, and that's the last sentence of this one, and
and again, I can't remember what was in the Washington State Energy Code, but I know it was in the Seattle code.
This was the 2015 Washington State Energy Code language for, and this would apply generally to new buildings, but I copied it just as base language if we wanted to do that for 505.2 and 505.3.
Yeah. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Eric. Dwayne.
So just to respond to that last one, yes, we for the first decade or so, we were doing the airberry testing requirement. We said, you got to do the test and report the results. You don't have to pass. But we discovered that around the state, that was probably the least complied with provision of the code. I think Lisa could back me up on that. And code officials didn't want to bother with it because they said, well, if you don't have to pass, why are we even talking about this? And so we, this the SBCC decided that okay, that was enough of an intro period to get people used to this idea, and now we would require it. I do, however, like the idea that Lisa was mentioning, that and I think Andy said something similar, that we have some forgiveness for U values for reusing existing buildings, just recognizing you'll never get that slab edge or something like that to comply. That a less stringent air barrier testing standard, I think Lisa suggested 0.4, that would be something that we could allow for these reused buildings that are going through this major change. And everybody keep in mind, this is not just applicable to anything other than those complete overhauls of existing buildings.
Thanks, Dwayne. Go ahead, Larry.
I'm going to make one more attempt with you, Dwayne. Caulk it, then have an inspector come out and check it and make sure it's caulked in well. And to me, they're going to have an extra inspection. It's cost an extra inspection cost, yes, but then the guy knows that he's going to pass. And if you come out and take a look, if when I did it, I went out and took a look how they did, and if they didn't do good, then we had them back, okay, and then you have a reinspection fee, okay, but you're going to get what you want. I'm a real proponent for that, getting everything caulked in. If you've seen the results, it's incredible. Thanks.
Yes, caulking is way better than not caulking, but just doing sealing and doing a visual inspection, it is not anywhere near as effective as an actual test.
Okay, go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah, and just to be real clear, Larry, you still have to comply with C402.5.1.2, which again talks about how when you're doing these changes of occupancy, you have to go in, and that specifically talks about seal your joints and seams with caulking and all that stuff. So that's all still required under my proposal if it was going to be required anyway. It's just the air leakage testing part that I'm trying to exempt from. Although I think I see your point. We'll make it another inspection as opposed to just a requirement.
Go ahead, Eric.
One last thought, and is there any benefit? Because, for example, I'm going to give you on the project where it was an alteration. It was actually the first major alteration in Seattle under that code, substantial alteration. Through the seismic joints, we use thermal imaging to actually figure out where it was actually leaking from. Like, because again, we could not get the building to seal. It was like, why can't we get the building to seal right now? Why? So ultimately we did that temperature differential at night. I remember sitting there or whatever it was at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock at night, and that's how we figured it out. So there is something to be said that there could be, hey, if you don't pass this test, because that's what will happen, a thermal imaging, or it's something of that nature where a tested rate exceeds the defined. A visual inspection of the air barrier shall, maybe it's a visual inspection or thermal imaging of the air barrier shall be conducted, and any leaks noted shall be sealed to the extent practical. Dwayne, I don't know if you're acceptable to something like that, but that's exactly what happened on that particular one.
Yeah, well, we have that coming up as I think we already done that, right, as a C406 option now.
Yeah, we did. Yep,
and
the thermal engine. Yep, and
it
works really well.
Right, and no, I do not find that to be the equivalent of doing and passing an air barrier test.
All right. We have a motion, which is to pass the proposal without any of the red language, but with a strikeout of based on the proposal we just passed. I'm wondering if anybody would want to include the red language that I sent instead of just completely accepting all air leakage requirements. That would seem like a test it, lower threshold, but you don't have to pass it, would seem to be reasonable to me. That's not the motion on the table.
How would that be handled? Would that be a motion to amend or?
Yeah, it'd be a motion to amend.
Yeah, well, I would, I'd make a motion to amend to add that language to the proposal. Perhaps it needs a little bit more baking by the committee to fit this exact application, but it definitely seems like it's more reasonable for this scenario.
Are you talking about then that passing is not required at any level?
Yeah, see, that's a tough one, right? Because yeah, I would say that maybe increase the threshold to like 0.4, but that maybe they still have to pass. That's an in between. I don't know how folks will feel about that, but that's a question for Nathan if that's friendly.
Well, I don't think Nathan made the original motion. You're making a motion. You seem to be making a motion, Lisa, to do something.
Yeah, I would say to take this language here,
and include it in 505.2 and 505.3 instead of the accept the air leakage requirements.
Yeah, I think, sorry, that's the challenge of on the fly. We just want to make sure that we're not kind of creating a mess. Yeah, I think I'd like to propose to amend it to say that it has to pass, but to set the threshold to something like 0.4. But I'd like to hear from the tag on how folks feel about just saying that it shouldn't have to pass at all, but it, at least we'll get the benefit of the test. That's why I'm a little hesitant.
I was just going to suggest, I think if we just said it didn't have to pass, we still had to do the test. I think I would take that as a second on the initial motion. I'd take that as friendly compromise. I don't know if Eric would take that.
No, Lisa, if the amount of, like, say you have a building, it's an alteration, right? You're either in Seattle or where it's substantial alteration, and you test the building. You will figure out within that test where the defects and the deficiencies are, no matter what. And I'm not saying you'll get to the point where it's 0.4, but you will substantially change one of the most important efficiencies that we can possibly do in a building, which is a tight envelope. And you will go and correct those, or the contractors will go correct those to the best of their ability. It might have been leaking, and I would have to look like from 7 or 8 years ago where it was leaking and how much, but it might have been a CFM a square foot or 2 CFM a square foot, or we just maxed out the fans and it was just blowing out the side of the seismic joints. But you're going to find that. But I don't know if it will be fair, and you'll go and correct them to the best of your ability. I mean, you can't take out these joints that are already in there or some other scenario, which I can't think of right now. However, you're gonna make that building significantly tighter than where it was, and there's going to be there will be an improvement in that envelope, which is ultimately what we're trying to do. We're trying to make buildings that are older, that are going through the alteration process, tighter and more efficient. Sometimes you can't get to the nth degree, but it'll be a substantial improvement. So putting that exceed, let's keep that language in there at 0.4, right? Not exceed, but at that point, we will leave it up to, if the test exceeds that, to find a visual inspection. We give it to the owner. We tell that the owner has to report identifying corrective actions. And code official, remember, the code official is going to have a say in this. And the code official might be like, no, we want this to be tighter for here or there. We need to, as Larry said, caulk or whatever that correction is done. So, but to make it that it has to pass 0.4 is going to be difficult in historic, or maybe historic buildings are not part of that, but in older buildings.
Yeah, fair enough. And so I guess that's going to be up to a vote on this one. I'll propose that we adopt the language that's on the screen there.
Okay,
and I'll second that.
I heard that was friendly to the original makers.
And if you're second, and I said it was friendly, so that's just a friendly deal.
Yeah, so we don't need to make, so Lisa, thank you. We don't need that motion. So we have a motion, which is to approve this as modified. We have a second for it. Larry, go ahead.
I think one thing we've really forgot about here, and it's when I do heat losses, okay? A lot of times when you remove the wall that was there and you build the new walls, you actually don't even have to add any heat because you've improved the envelope so much that there is no heat requirement because what you've reduced here. And the same thing would happen with air penetrations here. You took out an old leaky wall, and now you've built a wall that's 3 walls that are sealed up real tight. And most likely you have less leakage with the new one system, even though you've increased the square feet dramatically than what you did before. And I see it as a win myself. Thanks.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, Lisa.
One last comment. So what I'm looking at the screen right now, where in C505.2, where it's located, it appears that new language only applies to item number 2. We really want it to apply to all. So I would suggest making that like a separate paragraph, like you have in C505.3.
Okay.
And again, this recommendation is based on, what we hear from jurisdictions all the time and designers all the time. We agree that, It's really, really hard to bring an existing building. And the only other hesitation I do have about this is because it's just talking about existing buildings in general. It's not talking about the code that it was constructed under. And so, you know, if the building was constructed 3 years ago and now you're going to go back in and change it, which
That's a
does happen.
great point, Lisa, because like anything that's constructed, I think before 2000, that not even, it was just a different time, right? And
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
it just,
Mhm.
again, that's again, opinion. Not all building, there are a lot of type buildings that were probably constructed in 1997, but it seemed that there's an exponential tightness of buildings. It went up exponentially after 2000 or 2005, that time frame, right? Anyway.
Yeah, so I don't know if that would be one more addition to this, you know, for an existing building that was constructed prior to pick a code edition. Then they get this less stringent requirement. Not sure how to do that for wording wise on the fly, but
Okay.
I want to get some feedback on that.
Okay. Sloan.
Yeah, I just have one comment about the waiving the requirement to pass the test, that often in the field that equates to not doing the test at all, because since there's no requirement to pass, often people will just simply skip that whole part of the process. So I think that you lose more than just that. Thank you.
Lisa, isn't that what you found?
Well, it comes down
Yes.
to yeah, well, it comes down to enforcement though, Sloan. So I'm kind of curious on what you've experienced because back in the 2015 code, I think it was 2015, when you didn't have to pass, it was the first code cycle. And so everybody was just kind of trying to figure it out. And a lot of jurisdictions were struggling with, justifying enforcing this. Some of it was just, lack of understanding. We've now been through a couple of code cycles where it was required and buildings were required to pass. And so I think that, we're hearing that the jurisdictions are actually being, um, much more diligent about this, to require it. So perhaps the risk of it not happening at all is lower, but again, I'd love to hear feedback from those in the field who have experienced this.
Yeah, and I can only speak to projects that are, say, 50,000 square feet and smaller, oftentimes just some single family houses. So that's kind of just one perspective, but I have noticed many times where we've done the test and no one has ever asked for the information. So then it's just like, seems like maybe that's sort of the approach. So thank you.
Yeah,
Was
it's an
this for
enforcement
residential?
issue.
You mentioned that it was for single family houses?
Yeah,
Or commercial?
This is the commercial code. So this is only buildings over 3 stories or those with interior entrances.
Because I could give a response to that. I could say, our first major tests were done in the 2015 timeframe on Amazon and the Allen Institute, at least for at that time, it was not that they did not have to be passed, but the city of Seattle was always enforcing this with that. I can't remember, Dwayne, what was it, 2009 or 2012 or whatever code even though we didn't have to pass, we still had to show that. So I would say all the large jurisdictions of commercial buildings, in my experience, even when it was not required to pass, required this test to be completed. But again, large commercial projects, large developers, much different than a 50,000 square foot and under building.
Thanks, Zach. All
So
right,
what
are we
would happen
ready
with the,
to?
I was just gonna say, so what would happen, this language that's on the screen then, if we're gonna do what's being discussed, is that you would actually have to say, that you would not have, except the air leakage. You don't, you leave that out so that it's understood that air leakage still applies. And then you'd have to put in the beginning of the paragraph for buildings constructed prior to, and pick a code cycle or a year or something like that.
Yep. Okay, I see Sloan, your hand is up, but it might be residual, so go ahead, Nathan.
I think we just looking at what's on the screen right now. we still have to exempt the 502 and 503 from the regular air leakage testing requirements. I think we still need my strike throughs, and we're just
So I would
supplementing
say
we're saying do
something
this
like-
instead, right?
Yeah, so I'd say with, for instance, so with the air leakage testing per the section below or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. We just have to say, all right, well, you do everything up to full compliance except air leakage testing, which we've given you the different requirement here.
Yeah, meets the requirement below, something like that. That would be reasonable. Requirements below. I think we would cross it out and then below, yeah.
In lieu of, I don't know, is that good language?
Or not in lieu, I guess, as the numbers used in there, because there's other things. Except the air leakage testing requirements are per below, or I don't know. Shall be required. I think that's clear.
Shall replace the requirements of section 402.5.2. I don't know if that's code language.
Are we in territory where I maybe need to take this back for a week and try to?
I thought we were there, but apparently we're not.
This looks complete.
Yeah, this looks pretty good.
I don't know that it replaces all the requirements of section 405.5.2, 402.5.2. It just replaces the number, and because 402.5.2 includes how to test it and the 75 pascals and what have you that's in there. So rate, very good. The air leakage rate in section. Yep. I think that's good. Okay.
Nathan, what is your thought about adding a building age component to it?
I don't personally think that's necessary, because if it's, I mean, weren't we just saying if it's a modern building, it probably already has a pretty good starting point, and the older buildings are the ones that we want to give help anyway. I don't know, like, is it necessary? You're not too concerned about the 2010 project, are you?
Well, that's a good point, because the 2015 code is when air leakage requirements went into effect. So in theory, all the buildings that were constructed from 2015 on, were held to this higher standard already. It's the buildings that were not required to have it.
Right. But that's
yeah.
where we're trying to give the flexibility, or those buildings that are
Yeah,
inherently.
no, that's a good point. Yeah, just making sure that we don't give a newer building too much of a break.
Okay. We have a proposal. Is this what's on the screen friendly to the makers of the motion?
Yes, very friendly. Good collaboration.
And who made the motion initially?
Eric did, and then I seconded it. So.
And Eric, is this good for you?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so the motion is to pass the proposal with the modifications on screen that we've discussed over the last while. So we're going to do a voice vote and just see what happens. Okay, all yes vote is to pass the proposal as modified. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay, I heard one no. So motion passes. 214 passes. And we are on to the next one. Next one is 188, Dwayne.
Thank you. So this one is the result of trying to clear up confusion that's come in for Seattle, and it does a few things to this section where we're doing alterations that include new vertical fenestration. So maybe going from the bottom up, could you scroll, please? There we go. So if the alteration doesn't increase the existing fenestration area, then that seems like it should be exempted. Going up above that, we struck out this thing that said that had to do with the area adjacent to the new vertical fenestration, because it was just not clear how to define that in many cases, because there's the term adjacent was a little too fuzzy, and then just above that, we said you could have that vertical fenestration percentage be larger if you're meeting either the entire building, or if the building official approves, you could have that percentage only apply to the area being altered. This came up. One case was an office tower that had 3 floors of data center that they were converting to offices. They were already over their percentage allowable of fenestration, and yet obviously the new 3 floors of offices needed fenestration. So we applied just the current allowable percentages to the new areas, but that would be a building official option. That's it.
I know that building well. Go ahead, Greg.
Great clarification, Dwayne. I just wondering, I want to ask on the or part, like either the whole thing or what's approved, only the section. Would it be better just to say only the area that it's involved in the altercation to provide a little more clarity and less ambiguity, or what's the reason? I guess I'm wondering what's the reason for having a code official sign off on only part of it versus just saying only the part being touched.
Yeah, and this went through, as you can imagine, Greg, a lot of discussion to come up with this, and the idea was that well, if you only look at the area being touched, it might be that you have a building that has rather low glazing area already, and you're adding something that's more glassy. There's that little restaurant space that pokes out into Occidental Park from an old brick building, as a case in point. And really the rule that we're referring back to is about your total percentage of a building. But then, like in the case I described, those it might just not make sense, and so the building official has the authority to let you just deal with the addition area. It was a kind of a tightrope compromise.
So you're referring to a part where, for an example, if you had a building that previously met the thing, and they pick a portion of the building that has no glazing on it, and then they add, and they get let's say 30% or 40% glazing on it, and they're kind of circumventing as a way to circumvent the glazing, the percentage. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, that's one scenario. There was some concern that someone could try to skirt rules by building out their maximum allowable glazing and then opening up some new windows in a remodel, immediately on.
What about providing some, I think it'd be helpful if we did some finality, you know, I mean, instead of making it ambiguous. What if we did something along the lines of saying, where the bill, I mean, or maybe it's good as it is. I'm just kind of wondering if it's worthwhile to make a note saying, if it can only be the portion being considered if it doesn't increase the or it doesn't make the total amount of glazing, the percentage of glazing for the entire building over 50% or something, or you know what I mean, or I don't know. I'm just wondering.
This paragraph already went through a couple hours of back and forth in public hearings here in Seattle, and I think what we arrived at is a pretty good set of clarifications that's going to make it easier for people to get things done.
Okay.
It is.
Well, then I'm okay with that. I'm okay with how it's written. It seems like a good clarification.
Dwayne's not one who often makes the code a little easier for people.
I try not to.
From a stringency standpoint. Go ahead, Larry.
So this building's already has its percentage of glazing already. Is that correct? For the building?
It is under C503, which is alterations.
Okay. So, I mean, we don't have to give them another 40% for their walls. I mean, why can't we just give them 20%? A smaller percentage to give them some glass, but not 40%. I mean,
good question, Larry. And a lot of older buildings have, well, at least for high-rise buildings, where this is the only place I really see it as a problem, is high-rise had enormous amounts of glass, and they were built legally back then, and now they want to do something that wants to add some, take something that's now solid wall and make some windows into it. And architecturally, you need the daylight. So we're making an opportunity for people to modify those buildings. I never see this with low rise, with a school or a low rise office or anything like that. It's just not a problem. But high rise, it happened.
What's wrong with 20%, Dwayne? I mean, that's quite a bit of area opening up. I mean, you don't want to give them 40%, do you? That means it's going to be a real energy sucker. I mean, and then you could talk about block buildings that you're not going to let them do that if they have existing block and that's got foam fill in it. I mean, so why would you grant this for something like that? I mean, you don't allow it for block, but yet you're going to allow it for glass. I mean, to me, that's not right. I mean, and they've already exceeded their glass already. So let's hold them 20% windows gives you adequate light coming in. Thanks.
I like this, and I'd like the record to show that Larry is arguing for a more stringent code, and Dwayne's arguing back that we should.
I was going to say the same thing. I'm actually going to give it up. Yeah.
Yep. Go ahead, Greg.
I was just going to motion accept as written on the screen.
Thanks, Greg. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that. It's fine.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and we have a second to accept the proposal as written. Is there further discussion? Okay, all in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
No. I'm sorry.
We have one dissenting
Fair
vote.
for one, not fair the other.
We have one dissenting vote. So motion passes. 188R is now in the package we're sending to the next committee. 155 Rosenau. Lisa, you are up. And we'll take a lunch break in about 10 minutes or so. Or whenever we get done with this one. So if this is going to take a long time, we might want to We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, we'll just see how this goes. So but in this proposal, first of all, the goal was to capture some official opinions that were submitted by the State Building Code Council. These are questions that we did submit to the State Building Code Council regarding, you have two sections here. You've got C503.4.1, which is new building mechanical systems, and then C503.4.7, which originally said addition of or I forget what it is, addition of a replacement of heating appliances. We had lots of questions about, well, okay, what does that mean? What's the addition of versus a new mechanical system? And, lots of folks are scratching their head on that. And so what we came up with here, and I need to flip to my notes here quickly, is that C503.4.1 applies to a completely new system that includes equipment, distribution system, components, and controls. So a good example would be, say, a conference room. You've got an existing building and they do a little reconfiguration in that building. Maybe it's an office and they add a conference room to that office, but it's going to be served by its own new standalone system. So that would be considered a new system that would fall under C503.4.1. C503.4.7 applies to an existing mechanical space heating appliance that is replaced or when a new heating appliance is added to increase the total heating capacity serving an existing thermal zone. So an example would be, say you've got a warehouse space and, they're finding that the capacity of, say, the unit heaters is not sufficient to condition the building as intended, and they'd like to add an additional unit heater, that it would fall under C503.4.7 because it's just increasing the total heating capacity serving an existing zone. So that would not be a new system. It would be one supporting an existing condition. And so that's one element of this proposal. Krista, if you scroll up. So let's see. Looking at two things at the same time here. Whoops. Oh, what just happened here? One sec. There we go. And so also under section C503.4.7, there is an exception that is a pretty blanket exception where it says the replacement of heating equipment with equipment that is the same type as, and the language is not right. We suspect that there might be some editorial issues with the language that's currently there in 7. Where it says where the rated capacity of the new equipment does not exceed the rated capacity of the existing equipment. And then if you scroll down and look at footnote A in this table, it originally says includes replacement of equipment with a unit that is the same type or higher efficiency in the same or lower capacity. It's essentially saying the same thing. And so you've got this table that says, okay, you can use this table under this condition, but then under the C503.4.7, we have a blanket exception for it. So why would anybody use the table when they can just use the exception? So that's kind of what we're trying to tidy up here. And so, Krista, if you scroll back up to 7, item number 7, we're proposing different language that says in the event of an unexpected appliance failure, make it clear that it's just for, not just we're swapping out our equipment, but this, middle of the summer, or I'm sorry, middle of the winter, and your unit has failed. A space heating appliance is permitted to be replaced with a new appliance that is the same type with a rated capacity that does not exceed the capacity of the existing appliance, provided there are no other alterations made to the existing space heating system configuration. So that tidies up that allowance. And then if you scroll back down again to footnote A, again, it tidies up the language here so we don't have that overlap anymore, where it just includes the replacement of an existing heating appliance with a new appliance of the same type, or the replacement of one heating appliance type with a different type. So that is what the table takes care of, that scope. And then we also are proposing to add another footnote that I believe applies to, yeah, furnaces. And that one, let's see, sorry. Here we go. That one applies to, the compliance option does not apply to additional heating appliance added to increase the total heating capacity serving existing thermal zone. That equipment shall comply as a new system. And so this again is tidying it up. And I understand why Greg's hands up because Johnny's proposal, which is taking on the whole I-2066, that it's going to impact this. But we wanted to at least get this in front of everybody, and it depends on how that proposal falls out. Oh, and there's one more detail, item number 5. This was actually one that I heard from Eric Bedell with regards to a situation where you might have a fuel-fired, existing fuel-fired boiler, and there was not a path other than taking the fossil fuel compliance path to actually replace that with an electric boiler. You could put in, there's exceptions for steam boilers, and I'd have to see it in front of me, and the other boiler type. However, there was nothing for electric boilers. And so this is in response to things we've heard from TAG members as well as the design industry, where they saw kind of it was an imbalance in the requirements if somebody wanted to switch from gas to electric. But again, this all might be moot under 2066, but that's our proposal.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. Greg.
Just a few things. One is electric resistance boilers are 100% efficient. I don't think they use the AFUE as for gas. So that's just a, editorial thing, like, electric resist, that doesn't just how it's phrased and worded. Wondering also for, this is an existing thing in the code, but up on exception 7 and also footnote A, where it talks about the size not exceeding the existing. I'm wondering if it's reasonable just to say not exceeding within 5% or 10%. I know that's been in the code for a while, is not exceeding existing, but what if the replacement equipment doesn't exactly match up, 100% with the size of the new? Shouldn't there be a variance of like, well, if it's within reason, like 5% of the size or something, I think you would accomplish the same thing. You're not allowing people just to greatly increase their capacity, but they allows you a flexibility of, well, I chose a unit that's slightly off. And then the last thing is on 7 on the replacement of a unexpected failure of a unit. I would be a fan of not limiting it to unexpected failure, because I think we need to encourage folks who want to do voluntary upgrades to their heating equipment and not require huge amount of stuff. So I don't know, I'll stop there for now. That's a lot that I threw out.
Thanks, Greg. Go ahead, Ray.
Okay, what I want to do, Lisa, your clarifications, they seem okay, and you're trying to clean up 7, but it's still exception 7. It currently allows like for like replacement of failed appliances, and so it's essentially allowing everyone to keep burning gas forever. The applicant the equipment just said, well, it's failing, and how can a building department argue? So that it just then looking at it, stepping back, it just seems to make a weak code provision even weaker. Observation.
No, I lost him.
Okay, go ahead, Larry.
I hate to disagree with Greg, but electric boilers are not 100% efficient, just like electric water heaters aren't 100% efficient. Okay, they're about between 95 and 97% efficient. Okay, and that I'll find the information so you can all understand, but I'll have to get offline to do it. But
Well, there's no need to. I mean, we can leave it as it is. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
We're splitting hairs.
Yeah, just like a 98% efficient boiler. I mean, there's loss through the jackets and everything else. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I had a couple questions on section C503.4.7. So I think that's middle so of page 1. Yeah, there you go. From my design experience, we tried to eliminate the words new as much as possible because it's implied that new construction is new stuff. And I'm wondering if the intent here is to only address the replacement of an existing appliance with a new appliance and not with a used appliance. That's my first question.
Yes, there are entities that refurbish and resell mechanical equipment. Is that kind of what you're getting at, Kevin?
Yeah.
That's an interesting point I had not considered.
So the word specifically with a new appliance, I guess if something is being replaced, it is inherently replaced with something that is new to the building. So the word new in front of the word appliance doesn't necessarily, I guess I would assume new to the building appliance is the implied meaning there, but I guess one could argue that it would need to be out of the factory or something.
Well, I bring it up because it's possible a used appliance could still comply. You know, it might be new-ish. I just again, from designing mechanical systems and creating construction documents, we always avoided their use of the word new just because it's so ambiguous, even though it seems to be clarifying. And I guess on that same vein, since this is in section or chapter 5, which is existing equipment, I think the existing language is okay. Where a mechanical, okay, sure, add space heating appliance. I think that's fine. I don't know that existing is adding more information. I think it's just being redundant. And these are all pretty nitpicky comments, so whatever. A bigger concern, why is number 7 deleted in the table, the water source heat pumps?
Let's see, can you scroll down? Trying to remember. Oh, I know why. We struck it because it says alternate compliance option. Well, it says there's no alternate. So why are we talking about it? Because there's lots of different types of equipment that is not included in the scope of this table, which is, these are compliance options for these particular types of equipment. And it just seemed kind of superfluous to have a line item that says for that piece of equipment, there's no alternate. We could keep going and list everything that there's no alternate for.
But
So
number 6 is also the same situation, right? VRF.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that could be the same. You could just take both of those out of there and say, I mean, if there's no alternate available, then why have them in the table? So that's a
Good point.
Yeah, so you could strike 6 as well, So that's a good catch. That was something I missed.
It's what I suspected, but I just wasn't sure because I know sometimes there's placeholders in code for future action that you put it there so in case you want to do something later, but that's not hard to do in the future. And then on the explanatory note A, the original language talks about efficiency and same or higher efficiency, same or lower capacity. The new language doesn't talk about efficiency, just capacity.
Yeah, we talked about that. And I think that think MVPE committee might have talked about this too. I'd have to dig in my notes. But our opinion is that the efficiency, any new piece of equipment you put in has to meet the current code for efficiency. So to say, oh, it has to have higher efficiency than the old equipment. Well, what if the old equipment is 30 years older? I mean, so it was like that just seemed to add some confusion to this. And so we just don't even talk about efficiency because it's known that any new piece of equipment must meet code for efficiency.
Okay, I'm just wondering, I'm thinking, for example, you have an existing 95% furnace, and there are, it'd be difficult, but there are pathways through code where you could put in a lower efficiency unit, like a 90 or even an 80. I know we're managing minuscule details here, perhaps, but it just raised raised an eyebrow, since it seemed like a reduction of stringency, perhaps. But I see what you're saying. Presumably, the new stuff is better than the
I
old
feel
stuff.
like elsewhere in chapter 5, it talks about you can only replace it something with a same or higher efficiency.
Yeah.
Maybe it's handled more generically, but I'd accept that as friendly if you think it should get put back.
Yeah.
I don't think it's hurting anything. It's a few more words. And then on, let's see, it's not an exception. Oh, it is exception 7. The language that it's existing there came out of the 2021 code originally had something kind of like what you're proposing. Very similar language. And when we returned to tweak that code for EPCA concerns, we changed it to what is now in current language. So I'm concerned with that, and then with I-2066, that this might, I forget the logic back in the day. It's been years now, but that was the reason for the change, and this seems to be heading back in the old direction. So I'm just wanted to raise the
Can
flag
you
on that
clarify
one.
for me, Kevin, what you're specifically talking about?
So exception number 7 currently reads replacement, like allows like for like replacement with a limitation on capacity.
Mm-hmm.
And the proposed language is only in the event of an unexpected failure, which is similar to what the RMI proposal was in the original 2021 code, that you could only replace like for like if you're in dire straits.
Well, I guess my understanding is if you're not in dire straits, then you need to go through the rest of the code and maybe get some credits or something. But I guess, yeah, that's if you're doing more than just replacing one single appliance at a time.
And that was the other limitation originally in the 2021 language, was a single appliance, and your house is on fire, you know, your building's on fire, you need to replace this thing today. And we changed it to no, it's a like for like of any quantity. So this is pointing back towards that old 2021 language, and just wanted to raise that note. Thank you,
Kevin. Okay, we're gonna take a break soon, and maybe if I don't hear you.
Oh, I lost connectivity for a second there. Thanks. We had, for a couple of code cycles, Seattle had a provision that said you got to replace your fossil fuel and electric resistance stuff with heat pump. And then we had to put in an emergency thing. Like somebody said, it's January and suddenly your school has no heating. You have to like deal with that at the moment. But what we found was that the first thing is that people would come in and say, well, it's not failing, but it's about, this boiler is about to go. We're seeing a little rust. We're seeing, cracking. and we don't want to wait until actually there's all the water dumped out on the floor and then start work. So we said, yeah, that works. And then it just became that everybody was, we allowed this once every 2 years to replace a piece of equipment. People were just scheduling that as part of their planned maintenance, and a building official is certainly in no position to tell the building engineer, no, it's not really failing. So I think this kind of phrasing is essentially no better than the way it works out than the existing stuff. And in my proposal coming up, I'll talk about finding a way out of this that just allows everybody to keep replacing their old equipment forever, the same way it was before. Thanks.
So Dwayne, yours covers exception 7.
Yes, that's true.
Okay. All right, let's take a 15-minute lunch break. Let's be back at 12:30, and then we'll continue this discussion. We are on break. Okay, welcome back. I am still eating, so I'm gonna have my camera off. Okay, we're continuing to discuss this proposal. We don't have any motions on it. There were a couple of changes suggested. And Larry is up. So Larry, you have the floor.
Well, the reason why we don't update most time on equipment is our 80% equipment that's up in an attic in a building. It doesn't freeze up in the winter time. Okay. And so we need that ability to be able to put that 80% equipment back in that situation. Because there's no way to make the attic warm enough up there to, and you don't want to do that. Why would you spend more energy up there anyway? And then with a 90% piece of equipment, you've got a good chance of it freezing up there and taking out the secondary. And then what do you do with the water for a 90% piece of equipment? You don't have a good solution. And so in those cases, we need to be able to allow people to put that piece of equipment back in. And then a lot of them over here in Spokane, in the basements, we have a piece of equipment that we can't get the 95% vent out the side because it's all finished around it. And in those cases, we need to be able to keep with the chimney vented appliance that way. And we need those exceptions to be allowed because the cost to do something or having the PVC vent pipes hanging down through the room isn't acceptable either. So,
Larry, is there code language you're suggesting is different or like some specific?
Yeah, I think if we need to be able to allow 80% equipment in the attics to remain. And I think in basements where we can't get to an outside wall easily, enough, we need to allow that piece of equipment to be vented outside. And I've racked my mind around it many times to try to figure out how to do it. But a lot of times there just isn't a way, and especially in commercial buildings. I mean, they put the equipment a lot of times in the middle of the building because when you split your distances off,
I guess, Larry, I'm trying to get to what changes do you suggest on this proposal?
Well, that's what I'm saying is existing attic equipment on number 7. We need to be able to allow 80% equipment in the attics still. And then in the basements, where we can't get readily available out, we need to allow 80%, or you can get up to 85%. in cases 83 to 85. But you get beyond that, then you're going to have condensate problems in the chimneys and every place else. So I would ask that we allow that equipment to be able to be replaced. And it's not a real huge amount of equipment over here, but it would be extremely expensive to do something else. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Lisa.
Yeah, so I wanted to address Larry's comment. So right now we're assuming that any new equipment that goes in, it has to be code compliant equipment. And, you know, these are federal standards. And so I don't think we can say that we are going to lower the required efficiency. This proposal doesn't state that. What it's basically stating is that you just can't increase the capacity, and it assumes that all equipment has to be code compliant equipment. So there's that. And then to respond to comments I heard from both Ray and Dwayne, completely understand your point, and it's a very good point. In this proposal, we weren't going to take it so far as to say, well, we're not going to allow exception 7, because that would have been a whole new, that really should be its own standalone proposal, because it is removing a path that we've heard strong opinion that that path should be there. However, I understand that somebody could walk into a permit office and say that every appliance replacement is an unexpected appliance failure, and empathetic to that's the dilemma that jurisdictions face. But at least we're tightening it up just a smidge. We weren't attempting to make it more stringent by a big lift, by removing it altogether. We're just trying to tighten it up a little bit.
Thanks, Lisa. Larry, your hand is up.
80% equipment is approved in the federal documents.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I just
So looking at the heating efficiency table reference, C4
Right.
3.3.2.
Yeah.
So if you look up that table, there should be the minimum equipment efficiency.
Yeah, 80% still, but you know, the state has a way of ratcheting itself beyond that. So that's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, so we do not have a motion on the table regarding this proposal. We've heard a few comments on exception 7, and a few other comments as well. So go ahead, Greg.
So I was going to move to accept with the modification that we would not have number 7 changed. And then also we bring both number 7s. So so I mean, as shown, minus the number 7 in the table and number 7 in the exception list.
So just to be clear, 7 is struck out on the table, and you're saying it should continue to be struck out.
No, so in the table, we'd bring back not strike number 7 in the table, and also number 7 in the exception list. We would
use the original language.
Use the original language in number 7.
Okay, so we just have okay, and then we would do that. Okay, so that's a motion to approve this with those 3 things. And and then rejecting the proposal language. Okay, is there a second for the motion? I am not hearing a second.
I'll second it, Larry.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right, so we have a motion to approve 155 with the changes that Greg noted, which are to use the original integrated draft language for 7, and then retain a couple things in the list there.
What was the third item?
Well, it was just 6 and 7 here because we had struck out 6, but now 6 is back.
Oh, I didn't say anything 6. I was going to do 6 like however. Did we?
Because 6 we had as a tag
Yeah.
tentatively crossed out because we had crossed out 7, but
Yeah.
I
Okay.
took it
Yeah.
within your motion that we wouldn't cross out 6 because we didn't cross out 7, and 7 would now be 8. But I think that renumbering can easily happen.
And I mean, I can in the table. I mean, if people disagree, I could flex on the table. It's just the 7 on the exception is the one that's really we got to keep that 7 in the exception list.
It's Greg. Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not opposed at all to the changes to the table. It's just, it's listing equipment that there's no compliance option, but there's no harm, no foul for that. I guess I'll have to say that keeping number 7, not updating it is, I'll call it semi-unfriendly. And that is, also taking into consideration, what we heard from other folks on the call. But if folks want to leave it as is right now, it's a pretty blanket exception, as is. In a lot of projects, people can they just use that to get out of meeting code. Doing for any, doesn't have to be any kind of urgent situation. They just use that to duck under the code for any upgrade. So that's why we thought it needed to be tightened a little bit.
Dwayne, did Dwayne say he had a proposal about exception 7?
It's coming up next, or in a couple of proposals.
Okay, so I just wanted people to hear that as well. Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on this proposal? Okay, all in favor say yes.
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 Yeah.
Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. That's 155. We are on to 289 Andrews. So Larry, you have the floor to talk about this one.
Okay, so it's not an issue for you guys over there, but it is an issue for us and in the northern counties here. I think when we put a new piece of equipment down, if there isn't room in the attic to add the required insulation that should be brought up to snuff, I think we should set the machine up high enough so that we can eventually put the proper insulation in. So where the insulation would be over the top of the equipment. And so R50, that's an R5 per inch. And the equipment should be 12 inches above the anticipated snow level. And in Spokane, the anticipated snow level is 12 inches. So the basic curb would have to be 2 feet, plus if you want to get to an R50 when they re-roof the roof, we need to have, depending on what the insulation is underneath you, we need to have whatever it needs to be to make R50. And I said an R5 per inch. That's pretty much standard with foam insulation that they would be putting on the roof. And it's just to keep the new equipment that you put on so that it's not buried in the snow in the wintertime. Okay, that's pretty much it. So it's just basically raising that piece of equipment. So when they do a re-roof, they can add they'll have room to add the insulation so you don't have to raise the equipment up. That's it in a nutshell. Any questions?
Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, Larry. This is interesting. Is there any location in the state where you would have the snow level would be so high that you wouldn't have a standard curb available? Does that make sense? I think the highest curb I've heard of is 24 out of the box, but
Yeah,
you can always make one as tall as you want, I guess.
right. You could you can make the 24 comes out of the box, okay? But over here in Spokane, we can have 3 feet of snow at times. And at least this gets you up somewhat where you're going to have your equipment out of the snow level, okay? But what we see, I wish I would have took a picture. They came in here and they set the equipment down on 10-inch curbs. Then the roofer came in and he put the required insulation on top of the roof. And then we got the call because the equipment wasn't running. And it was about halfway up on the equipment, the snow. And economizer couldn't bring any fresh air in for the people. And the equipment just couldn't run, okay? Because it actually covered the intakes on the gas. So, and if you had a heat pump, the coil would be full of snow. And so I'm just trying to head off because we need to get more insulation on our roofs. We've got a lot of roofs over here that don't have any insulation in them in commercial buildings. Okay. And, but the thing that maybe we should put one more caveat in there, that we need to have an engineer look at the structure of the roof before they put all this insulation on, because then you have extra weight that's added to the roof load that maybe the structure underneath can't handle. We had one collapse here in Spokane that he went and did the right thing, he thought, by insulating it. And then we had a big snow, and the next thing you knew, the whole roof was sitting on the floor. Okay, which can happen. So anyway, but
Yeah, that was my other question is at what point, because I mean, the curb doesn't weigh that much. It's not nothing, but it doesn't weigh that much. But at some point you're putting that center of mass higher and higher above the roof. So you're connecting, seeing more rotational load.
Yeah, it's not an issue, Kevin. I mean, we've got them up at the Lucky Friday mine. I got them 4 or 5 feet off the roof.
Gotcha.
Okay, because the snow, I mean, there's nothing to have 4 feet of snow up in Mullen.
Yeah.
So, you know, okay.
And I didn't quite understand the R50 insulation. Is that inside the curb or what's happening there?
No, I'm thinking that you have an existing roof and we want to insulate that whole roof to cut our heat loss, right? Or our heat gain. And I thought R50 is the standard that we're trying to approach. So that's why I came up with, so that gives you another 10 inches. So you have 24 and 10. So you'd have 34, you'd have the unit sitting 34 inches off the roof. Okay. If you didn't have any insulation underneath you. Okay. I'm just.
Oh, I see. So you're giving an allowance for future insulation?
Right. That's what I'm trying to do, because the piece of equipment will be there for 15 to 20 years. See?
Right. Okay. I think I fully grasp this now. So I don't think we can adopt this as written. I think there'll need to be a little wordsmithing on it. And therefore I think I make a motion to, well, yeah, I'll make a motion to postpone.
I think there's a couple of quick things we could do that if we didn't want to postpone it.
Okay. Okay. I'll throw out my motion.
Because I think what the intent here is the curb height, I think 17 is struck out in the proposal as I see it. So it'll be alternatively, the curb height shall be a minimum of basically 10 inches, which is R50 with R5, 10 inches plus 12 inches above anticipated snow level. So it's basically 10 inches plus 12 inches plus snow level measured from the top of the curb.
Right. Correct. I'm just trying to think ahead. So we have
alternatively I think we got the intent. It's just about getting the language in here. Alternatively, the curb height shall be a minimum of.
I think we want to explain where these numbers are coming from. So just stacking. So like a minimum of 10 inches to allow for insulation above the deck. So there could be some insulation there already, right?
Right.
Allow for insulation.
But I don't think, let's say we have an R30 underneath us. So then we only got to raise it up. What would it be 20? So 4 more inches for that part for the insulation, you see? So we're trying to achieve an R50, but if you have some insulation underneath you, we just need to get to where that R50 is. Okay. We need to allow us to get to that R50. That's what I'm saying.
And what I'm wondering is do we need to get really prescriptive about that, or can we say something more vague, like allow for the thickness of the insulation, and you can have a minimum height above your final cover, shall we say, that is your insulation plus your snow. There's a number there, but everything else will be dependent on your location. And is R50 uniform across the state, or does that depend on location and occupancy? You get where I'm going?
I thought that's what we were trying to achieve. Now, maybe over in Seattle, maybe you're not trying to achieve an R50, but for commercial, but I thought that's what we're trying to achieve.
I'm not sure myself, so I raised the question.
I was going to suggest, what if we just had something that is the HVAC equipment is mounted such that the roof can have a minimum of an R50. So like not specify the height, because there's different ways to insulate. I mean, a lot of times they do insulate on the top of the roof deck, but I mean, you could use, you were talking about XPS foam, but what if someone wants to use vacuum insulated insulation? I know that's super expensive, but what if that's what they're using because they can't handle the weight? Well, now you don't need to require someone to have it 10 inches up, because you can get R50 in 1 inch. Even though it's ridiculously expensive. Or what if they're trying to insulate below the structural part of the deck instead of on top? So yeah, I like what Chell's doing. Just allow for a minimum R insulation. And instead of saying above the deck, just say allow, I mean, in the ceiling assembly, or I mean the roof assembly.
And then I think the important part in Larry's proposal was plus 12 inches above the anticipated snow level.
Yeah, that works. Yeah, perfect. That's phrased well.
12 inches above anticipated snow level. I think that's at least what a code interpretation of code version of what Larry suggested is there. And that's an alternative to the first part of the section. Okay, we have code language here.
Do we should one last thing? Should we say 12 inches above, or should we just say plus above anticipated snow level and leave that ambiguous and let them define that?
I don't know what you're saying.
Well, do we need to specify a plus 12 inches above, or could we just say plus above the anticipated snow level and let the designer choose how many inches of clearance they want above the snow level?
I really don't know. I don't install this kind of equipment.
Well, the manufacturers most tell you that the equipment's supposed to be 12 inches above the anticipated snow level.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, then that's good with me.
Yeah. They just want to make sure it's going to be out of the water. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Space for your trap and all that.
Do we want to make this just for climate zone 5B? Do we have to make it for our climate zone? Just
well, does it matter? Because if you
no, I'm just throwing that out there.
If you don't anticipate
just one,
snow,
we can move forward. Yeah. Anyway, I'm just throwing that out there because I think, yeah, climate zone 5B is east of the Cascades, right?
Well, but if so climate zone 5B is defined in the Washington State Energy Code commercial as certain counties. So it's the county lines that define 4C versus 5B.
Okay.
And I don't know how the county lines fall regarding the Cascade.
Yeah, I don't know. So I'm just gonna
Yeah,
leave.
King County has quite a bit of land up in the
Oh yeah,
Cascades.
know that firsthand. Yep.
Okay, all right. I think we're close to having good stuff. Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, so I like where we're headed here. I'm looking at the first sentence beyond the charging language. And what I'm seeing is someone could say, well, I don't care about the snow level. I'm just gonna make my curb high enough for the insulation, because that's all it says, above deck insulation. I'm
Yeah.
wondering if that 12 inches above anticipated snow level needs to go back in that other sentence as well.
It does say
Also,
alternatively, so that means the
well, yeah,
the
because it's an alternative, I can say, well, I don't want your alternative. It's too expensive. I'm going to put in a shorter curb and forget about the snow level. All I'm going to look at is the insulation level. The other thing is the way this sentence is structured with the red text is everything, all these different dimensions measured from the top of the curb to the top of the roof deck. I don't know that that's necessary anymore. Because
yeah,
it
I
has
don't
to
know that we
be,
need that part, and I can empathize with, is this a requirement where it's always this thing? If we wanted to make it a requirement where there's no alternative, I think we should take a little bit more time and think through that fully.
right.
Okay, I think someone could approve it, or someone could make a motion to postpone. And
I think we're close, but not quite. I think we should postpone. So motion to postpone.
I'll
Okay.
second.
Okay, motion to postpone. We have a second. Who wants to lead the thinking through of this? Larry, is that you or is that somebody else?
Sure. I'll lead it.
Okay.
I don't understand what we're missing, but I'm more than willing to lead it.
I think right now it says alternatively, meaning you don't have to do the language you
Oh, I
suggested.
would just strike alternately out of there. That's what I would do then.
Oh,
I didn't catch that. Kevin did. I didn't even, I read right over the top of that.
Well, then there's other language which says in accordance
Right.
with 205.
Yeah, just strike the eternally off there. And I think you're fine. But maybe we should have a further review. So,
well, okay. I think if we also strike measured from the top of the curb to the top of the roof deck. Well, okay, wait a minute.
I don't understand why you'd strike that, because you got to have that
Yeah,
starting point and an ending point,
it does, but the way it's written, it doesn't make any sense. So I think we're back to postpone again.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion to postpone. We have a second for it. All in favor say yes.
Yes. Oh, and I'll join the work group.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Any opposed say
Yes.
no. Okay, it's been postponed. Who wants to help Larry?
Sorry, I butted in there. Yes, I'll help with Larry.
Okay. All right, and I think we're 99% of the way there. Okay, we are off to the next one, which is 209, Nick and Neil. So Nick, are you here?
Kevin Rose from NIA chiming in. I think that was the one that got postponed alongside Johnny's proposal.
Oh, yeah. Yep, we talked about 209. It wasn't in a motion yet. So if we want to make a motion to postpone this, we can.
I feel like this is different enough that we should discuss before just postponing it.
Kevin, do you want to talk about it briefly?
Just a moment here, sorry. I have some notes. So in the economic impact data sheet.
All right, I was talking about Kevin Rose because he was.
Oh, sorry.
He was the proponents.
That only makes sense.
Two Kevins, one call.
Yeah, Kevin Rose, Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance. Nick was absolutely the lead proponent on this. I think he dropped after I think the feeling was that this was going to sort of be postponed and not heard today. I'll try and see if he's available to hop back on.
Yeah. No, I actually no, now that I'm thinking about it and reading through it again. Yeah, I think this could be merged potentially by the work group with the other one. And so let's let the work group work and move on to the next one. That's what I'd rather do. I'd rather postpone this without spending half hour on it.
I'll move to postpone.
Thanks, Greg. Second? Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Lisa. Okay, motion to postpone. We have a second. Is there further discussion? All right, all in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Motion passes. We are on to 267, Johnlin.
Okay, this is a big one, and the main thing that it does is it strikes out that exception 7 that says you can just replace any kind of heating equipment with something the same type and capacity and keep doing that forever. And so this parallels existing Seattle code rules. It basically says when you replace heating equipment, it's got to be replaced with a heat pump, or if you don't want to do heat pump, then you follow the fossil fuel compliance path instead. It does contain a number of the existing exceptions for terminal units like VAV boxes and fan coils, air handling equipment with hydronic coils, but or replacement of steam boilers that have steam piping in it. So what I'm replacing this with, and this is in response, this is our original routine in Seattle was we said, okay, you have to replace with heat pump, but if something's failing, then you can do a like-for-like replacement once every 2 years. As I mentioned before, that kept getting used to where it was just the normal routine that everybody pre-planned to do all the replacements there. So we've taken away the option to just keep on replacing those forever, and instead we have several categories of exceptions that let you postpone for now doing that replacement. So the first category, number 1, there is that there are several building types that have repeatedly had serious difficulty complying. So affordable housing, the groups I2, I1, I2, and I3. So that's basically care facilities, hospitals, nursing homes, correctional institutions.
those buildings that are mostly occupied by nonprofits and smaller buildings that are smaller than 20,000 square feet. Those were all like selected out because there were economic problems that came up over and over where people were asking us for a way around that. The second whole thing is that anybody could retain half of their existing gas capacity if they like, and just replace the other 50% with heat pump and make that primary. That gets around some of the capacity problems that people have had, and really evidence is showing that given the rather extreme oversizing of systems habitually by engineers has resulted in a situation where hanging on to 50% of your gas capacity, you might not ever need it, but at least it would be there for everybody in case it was necessary. The third big category of exceptions is that if that's not going to work, we recently had a hospital that all three of their boilers were going at the same time and they'd been installed identically, and it made sense that they were all failing simultaneously. Yes, you can replace them all, but you have to get to that 50% level of heat pump within 4 years. Wait, that was and then if you need a utility service upgrade, that not just any kind of an upgrade, but one of the expensive ones. So either it's going to push you into needing a transformer vault or expanding a existing transformer vault, or you have to trench across a public street, or it's more than 50% of the cost of the project to do this, then you're excused for now. And finally, there are those exceptions that I mentioned before for various kinds of equipment. So the thing is that with each one of those, you do have to do what we call a future decarbonization plan, which is a fully engineered schematic level design and cost estimate for what it's going to take to get the rest of the way to being carbon neutral. A few other minor corrections, but those are the big moves that we have in the Seattle code that we're proposing for the state code.
Thank you, Dwayne. Greg.
So I'll work backwards on the decarbonization plan. How does that remotely comply with EPCA or I-2066?
The decarbonization plan requires that you show how you could get to a fully decarbonized state in the future, and so it doesn't violate anything, since it's not requiring that you do any physical work on the building. Seattle has legislation taking us to requiring that we get to full decarbonization in the next couple decades, and the state also has built into a number of its rules that unless 2066 wipes these out, that says that we're also moving towards a carbon neutral building stock. So this just requires that people up front, if they're deciding to do one of these alternative things and not go completely carbon neutral, or alternatively, get super efficient by adding more efficiency credit to comply with the fossil fuel compliance path, then they're going into this fully armed with knowing what it's going to cost to get there, and having a plan. This is like the very first baby step towards having a fully decarbonized building.
So, but when you're forcing a full schematic level design, I mean, even if you're not doing any of the actual physical construction of the building, that's hiring a whole design team to do a bunch of design work. That's quite significant cost, and so you're incurring a very significant cost to do a alternate design just to install something, and that has no impact on, I mean, energy use. EPCA requires a like-for-like energy use for your, so having a provision that requires a bunch of extra design cost to a project that's installing something that does not impact energy efficiency, I see as being ripe for challenge.
Well, I don't know if anybody on this call has the professional credentials to determine what doesn't meet legal standards. There's certainly already in place for Seattle, and people are doing their decarbonization plans as they go through upgrading buildings. And my thought is that with this, that typically when I was in the design world, schematic level work was 10% of the overall design contract, and design was 10% of the overall construction contract. So we're talking about something that's going to cost 1% of the cost of actually doing the work, but it's that first step that everybody would eventually need to take. And our thinking is that some owners looking at this are going to say, well, if the building performance standards are going to require us to upgrade to higher efficiency in the next little while anyway, and they can see in front of them the cost and the complexity of doing the full decarbonization, they might just go that way to start with.
And I'll come to my second point, and then I'll hand it over to others because there's a lot of people in line. The last thing I want to, well, not last, but the next point is on your addition or replacement, all these requirements to go to heat pump. So what happens if someone designs a building, let's say right now, they're using the fossil fuel pathway, they put in all these extra energy efficiency measures, and they get there, and then they need to replace the HVAC system a few years down the road, and now suddenly they want to replace their system. How does that work? Like, you're forcing them to replace with a heat pump, and if they don't, then they have to get a bunch of energy credits. Can they count credits that they already obtained prior for all the insulation and the envelope things? Like, or do they get brand new credits for things? So like, how does that work? Like, if someone's already put in, let's say they're getting a 0.5 blower test and they're getting they have R70 roof and R50 walls or something, do they get additional insulation on top?
I have a very hard time understanding where the problem is. If they've already done these upgrades, then they've done those instead of replacing. Your concern is that, say, the equipment wears out in 12 or 15 years, and then they have to replace it again, and would they have to get those credits again at that time?
Well, the credits that they got before won't exist in the next version of the code. So because we've changed all the credits. And also, how do you count for credits that you previously got to do the fossil fuel path? I mean, to require additional credit upgrades would be on a old building like that was built in 1997. Big problem there, big challenge. But also, even on a brand new building that was just built 3 years ago, or or something, and they want to do an upgrade, the credits are all different. How do you take account for past credits, or things that are already done? And so basically, at least the way I'm reading this is, every time you upgrade your HVAC equipment, you have to get all brand new credits and redo all this new. It just seems like a mess that's forcing people from it's taking fossil fuel off is not even an option anymore, is what it's doing. Saying, well, you can do all your fossil fuel path, but that only allows you to operate your building for 20 years, and after 20 years, now you've got to big mess. It doesn't seem feasible.
My first reaction, Greg, is that's a problem for to be solved in a dozen years, where at which time I'm guessing virtually everything we've talked about today will have changed at least once. But it is an interesting issue, and I think I could come up with verbiage to say that any building that has already achieved enough additional efficiency credits to meet this requirement, instead of to go through the fossil fuel compliance path, would then be grandfathered in, and they could, because they've already gotten an extremely efficient building, that they could continue to replace their gas appliances. I think that would be reasonable.
All right, we have 15 minutes left today, and we have some hands up. So let's go through some comments. I don't see us approving this today. I see us probably postponing it, but let's take comments on how it can be improved, or comments on whatever else you have on your mind. Thank you, Lisa. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks, Dwayne, for this proposal. It definitely takes on existing mechanical system upgrades in a way that aligns with the building performance standard and all that. So I appreciate the effort here. I just have a small comment or question. So in my proposal 155, we incorporated what we understood to be the State Building Code Council's official opinion on what the scope of C503.47, which is it references replacement or additional space heating appliances. So not new systems, but existing mechanical system, it's being replaced with a new appliance, or a new heating is added to increase the total heating capacity serving existing zone. Does the language in that proposal that just passed, is it in any way in conflict with what you have here, or is it something that could be incorporated into this?
Well, I think that the SBCC opinion was interpreting what the code said at that time, right? And this is not just attempting to restate what the code said, but to abandon this idea that it's okay to just keep replacing existing equipment in kind, and not have to ever take an existing building to a higher efficiency level. And it's going in an entirely different direction, and I don't think the council opinion on that is relevant at this point.
Well, the difference, and I'm not countering, I'm just clarifying that what the council made clear is that there are new building mechanical systems, which is a whole new system. And then there's this section, which is, Krista, I'm sorry, can you scroll up so I can see the top of this provision and read it? There, thank you. Where it talks about addition or replacement of what was causing a lot of confusion for folks was, well, what's the difference between a new mechanical system or the addition of a system? What provision do we look at in that scenario? And so I think with the language you have here, that still is perhaps an issue, and we could revise it in some way that makes sense with your proposal, but I don't think it fixes that issue where folks won't know which provision applies, depending on the scope of what an additional equipment is.
Well, the way I have this worded here, which is not the same way that it was worded in the state code, I don't think is ambiguous at all.
How does it? Well, it says new HVAC systems. So then what's the scope of C503.4.1? That's the question.
I don't understand the question, but
Yeah, because that one, it also says new HVAC systems. So now we've got two provisions that are governing new systems. That's all. It's just, I think that needs to be addressed in some way. Because right now, with your proposal, which again, I'm not disagreeing with the proposal. I'm just want to make sure that we don't have the same problem where we've got two provisions that are talking about the same thing.
Yeah, I'll have to look. I don't see this as being the way I've got it set up there with the first and the second sentence. I think is clear, and I haven't run into anybody finding it ambiguous in Seattle.
Okay, thank you.
All right, go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, I got a lot of problems with this, like what we stated before, but first off, you can't run a gas furnace and a heat pump at the same time. And so the gas furnace has to be able to handle the entire load, not 50% of the load. Okay. So, and that's surely going to even be more since we've got 454B refrigerant that's explosive. Okay. But we've never ran gas furnace and heat pump at the same time. It's never been allowed. So that's one of the problems. The other problem is when we're doing an architectural and I get the engineer and the architect all involved, that's at least 10% of the project. So if it's $1 million project, it's usually $100,000. And that's because of everything that we have to, all the hoops we've got to go through now. Dwayne, I don't know where you get in your numbers, but the last few projects we've been on, it's always been running about 10% for all the design work. Okay.
You're right, Larry. Larry, you're right that the whole design package is 10%.
Yeah. So that it's not a few thousand. It's 100,000 out of a $1 million project.
Right. But this is just the schematic phase, not the full design phase. So just that first rough schematic that we always do to get things going, get the first cost estimate is nowhere near the cost of going all the way through construction documents.
Yeah, I would differ with you there. I would say it would be at least 10 grand to even have somebody look at you. Okay. I don't know anybody that's going to even look at you for 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000. They don't even open the door to you. Okay. And then we've got to address those spots where I talked about. And it's not that we don't want to go to more efficient equipment. It's just, it would be cost prohibitive to do that. And then the physics of it in an attic. And I'll give you an example. It was a liquor store in the valley, in the Spokane Valley. The liquor store it must have been 12,000 square feet, biggest liquor store I ever seen, but it was state run. It had 8 furnaces up in the ceiling. Okay. And all of those are 80%. And there's no way to put 90% in that area. Okay. And so you're going to have to come back with what you had. And they're all spread out all over the place. So your duct systems aren't extremely large. And so that's why they had so many of the systems in there. And then running it through the trusses and everything. So we've got to be able to have a way that we can still allow that 80% equipment to be put in for those restricted areas. That's what I would say. If you can put a 95 in nowadays, I would encourage the people to put a 95 in and get it out the sidewall or someplace. But for these areas, we need to make those provisions. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Eric.
Yeah, this question's actually for you, Shell, and if something that you could do prior to voting on this. Can you discuss with either the MVE committee or the State Building Code Council and their general counsel anything related to EPCA or 2066, and especially related to EPCA, related to like for like energy, equipment conversions, and how the law basically will treat this particular
Yeah,
proposal.
just to, because I know where you're going with this, and I have similar questions. And so what the Attorney General's office doesn't necessarily want to weigh in on every proposal.
Oh, I totally get it. Yeah.
But if we pass a version of this and it gets to the next committee, I'm sure they will be happy to weigh in on it. And I guess that puts us out on a limb, but I don't know that they're going to provide an opinion.
Will the general counsel at least provide an opinion related to this particular, because this is a light. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess if we ask a specific question of the council, I mean, my reading of APCA is that it's pretty clear that you need to be able to replace something with a minimum appliance unless there's some sort of a credit system to, offset it or something like that. So I don't know that we want to go against that.
Okay. So, okay, that's all I have. So in other words, wait just 1 second before we go on. We can ask, or we don't want to ask at this moment in time, the general counsel for the State Building Code Council. I can't remember the gentleman's name.
Yeah, Derek Meyerbachtle's
Derek, yeah.
The
His
individual
opinion.
that's there. I guess we could ask. I would suggest that if we move this on, that would be a better time to ask, just because this will probably see some iteration in it, and getting them to review something takes a lot of time and
Yeah. Okay.
money.
That's a fair response, Shell. Again, that's I don't want to cause any hiccups or anything of that nature.
Eric, you bring up an important, kind of an interesting point there, and maybe this is worth an update for me to say that if anyone who does follow the fossil fuel compliance path as a way of moving forward would not have to do the future decarbonization plan, because they would have chosen a path that remains fossil fuel fired but is very efficient, and that would be it. So the decarbonization plan in that kind of situation would be irrelevant.
Thank you, Dwayne. Thank you, Dwayne. Yeah.
Thanks,
Much
Eric.
appreciated, Shell. Much appreciated, Dwayne.
Thanks, Eric. All right, we have 3 minutes left, Kevin, and then we'll see if anybody wants to work on this with Dwayne. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, I'll start at the bottom and work up on the discussion about the decarbonization plan. I'm wondering if the word decarbonization could just be replaced with electrification, and that might not grease the skids, some other analogy. So that was one thing. And then on page 2, near the bottom there, exemption 5, I think. Okay, wait a minute. It is page 2, but it's showing up differently on my screen. I think you're on page 4. There we go. Yeah. So there's exempt equipment that's terminal unit equipment, and water source heat pumps are included in there. I don't normally think of those as terminal units, since they are connected to a water system, but they're really packaged units of a different kind. And also, I don't know why you would exempt them, because you should be able to easily replace those with a code compliant piece of equipment.
Well, and that, but I should just respond that
Yeah.
comes out of our existing language. That's what's already in our code. And I figured somebody had a good reason for exempting those.
That's in the Washington State Energy Code?
Yeah, exception number 1.
Oh, I see. Okay, good to know. And then in exception 2, the retention of portion of existing system capacity, it says where the alteration project decreases the peak heating load. Then you've got to do all this stuff. And I'm like, well, what if it's like 0.5%? It just seems a little broad.
Mechanical engineers routinely calculate their loads, and this is just half of it. I can't imagine that anyone would not. I mean, you have to calculate your loads to do a design, right?
Oh, absolutely. But you're saying where the alteration decreases the peak heating load at all. And I'm like, okay, that seems pretty harsh.
All right, sorry. It's 1:30. Does anybody want to work on this with Dwayne? Because I'm sensing that we're not going to dispense with it today. So anybody want to volunteer to work with Dwayne?
Sure, this is Kevin.
Unmute and shout it out.
I'll work with Dwayne on this.
Thanks, Lisa.
David Reddy, O'Brien 360. I'll work with you.
Good.
And Kevin Doyle is what I meant to say. Since we have many Kevins online.
Larry Andrews, I'll work with Dwayne on it.
Okay. If we adjourn, this will inherently just be postponed. So I'm thinking we should just adjourn, and this is inherently postponed. Lisa, you have a comment? Okay.
I got a comment. It's Masters weekend, and it's also my birthday today. So that's a good reason to adjourn on time. Okay.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Larry. All right. Have an awesome weekend, everybody. We are adjourned, and we'll see you again in a couple weeks.
Okay.
Not
Thank
before.
you.
Bye. Take care, everybody.
Happy birthday, Larry.
Happy birthday, Larry.
Thank you.